Good evening to you, Patrick Kennedy. We appreciate you for being there. Salah Oliver Dix, we also see you. All right.
What I want? Yes,
I'm so sorry. So everything that I've said, you people didn't hear. All right. So my radio people were hearing me. We say welcome to Spoon Talk. If you are watching us via social media, we say good evening to you wherever you are, whatever you are doing. This is Spoon Talk. We come here to make sure our people get all the information about Liberia every time 8 p.m. GMT. Yeah. Right here in Liberia, East Liberia, North Liberia, South Liberia, West Liberia, every part of this country. Everybody is listening. We say thanks to all of our partners, relaying the show, including those who are, doing it on their own. So that's why we know we have partners known and unknown. We say we appreciate you. We thank you so much being there and relaying the program Voice of Liberia. This program is live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, and of course on our YouTube channel, which is Spoon Talk. I have been sending shout out to all of you watching us via social media, asking you to share the show, beginning with you, Mr. Eric McGill, always there on our YouTube channel. We know you have subscribed. You are always watching. We say thank you, sir. Shelton Thomas, Mark Catherine Sunflex is also there. Robert Ningone is there. Hezekiah Dodo. We see you. Judith Sano. We say good evening, Mustafa Lahon and Melvin Nathaniel Roosevelt Jolo. We say thank you for watching. Daniel K. Bendai, V. Groma, Jared T. Sakama, Dauda Bari. You are also there. Prince M. Thomas, Josh Walker, Aloysius Wotwa, Phil Amons, Emma Sonware. We say thank you for being there. Former MZZ. We say thank you. We appreciate you. Now, all we want to know from you, are you sharing the program to your different groups? Make sure you hit the notification button on our YouTube channel so that you get all notified whenever it is time for us to go, whenever we go live. Mambu Momo, we appreciate you. You are there. Mambu Oscar Zingwe. You are also there. Edward Washington. We appreciate your presence. Mufasa Raw. Tell you Sam Pupo. Alhaji Siriki Kroma. Good evening to you. Sarah Oliver Dix Jr. Samuel G. Tiantung, Austin J. Jacka. We say good evening to you. All right, thank you for watching. Now, can you share the show? Lasana Kroma, Mahmoud Duba. Good evening. Marlon Swak. Share the show. Make sure your friends and family members are all connected to come and learn and get to know what is happening in Liberia. You are also producers and presenters because you always put your calls through. And you tell us what is on your mind. This show that the Liberian people show. You must gather 0777-771-075. That is the number to call and make your own contribution. My name is Lorena Honoree. I am your Friday night producer.
You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio.
That is so true. You have Spoon TV and we have Spoon Radio, which is 107.5. That is the frequency. All the shortwave stations that are making sure, our show, our program is relayed, and the people in the villages and the towns and the communities say, we say thank you. We're going to be talking about everything, and you have the opportunity to talk about everything. Are you concerned about the climate change? Are you concerned about the agriculture sector? Are you concerned about the health and educational sector? Politics? We'll talk about those things that are happening in Liberia, the breaking news and unfolding events, what we brought in our news stories today. We have been carrying live on our Spoon TV page. Maybe from the Ministry of Information Press Briefing. Different things have been happening. The CEO Stanton A. Witherspoon, the rest of the panelists will come on and discuss about Liberia. But you have the chance now. Put your calls through. Let's hear you. 60 minutes past 8. 077771075. Good evening. Good evening. Hello? Good evening. All right. Good evening. Good evening, sir, madam. Good evening. All right, we will check our line and see what is going on. 077771075. That is the line to call on. Good evening. Good evening. All right. And so call us and let's hear what is on your mind. What is that thing you want to talk about? Are you concerned about the economy? You want to talk about it? You are concerned about some things happening in your community. Some of those Peter roles
Tell you what is happening in
are
life.
being used and the way it's being used. They are being used.
Spoon gonna tell you what
Call us and let's talk about it. Let's try you. Good evening. Good evening. Okay, so let's just remove this and talk to you. Good evening. Yes, sir. How are you?
you want to get it.
I'm doing good too. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Yeah, basically, I'm passing from I've got chairman of the Bureau. It's a civil rights group that involved into advocacy.
All right, Fasu, tell us what is on your mind.
What I have to do with the huge quantity of drug cash at the airport there, at the DEA, confiscated the last million.
Sorry.
Bad on narcotics. The current DEA, they are doing extremely well
All right.
to raise that level of harmful drugs or harmful substances. But they still have a proclivity to destroy the future of young people.
Okay.
Listening to different side of the coin, criticizing the DEA. They are having suspect, suspect, but some people, some detractors are even going involved or be smearing the campaign on some eminent figure within the Liberian body politics.
Okay.
Those that are linked to the highest office. But I want to say to them, criminal investigation, for me, I'm not an expert in it, but people who are experts intimated to some of us that criminal investigation is here a niche thing, something that requires meticulous, process.
I tell you.
So the people who are heading the DEA, they are some of the best investigators, some of the best administrators. Everybody, the tremendous effort they are applying to raise like drugs.
Thank you.
Today we are seeing significant work. So thank you so much for going. Come on, subsequent time to let the public know about all those that linked to this.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Let's take another caller. 077771075. Again, 077771075. Good evening. Yeah. It's good to have Campley in a building.
Yeah, Lorena, what Mama have to do with a rule living for the 3 that of going to the someone. We have to do a rule living from campaign to that of BAM.
All right.
Lorena, for the past 3 years, we have no access to the rule living from campaign to go out to BAM. We have been calling upon the government all the time, and there is no adherence to our call. So we want to take this time to call upon the government again. You cannot have a living border and look at all, while the people of this full and someone have no access to the rule and living from campaign to BAM. When you are coming from BAM and you want to come to look at all, you have to pass second period, that way of second period, come down, Senate College, and campaign before going to look at all. So we want to call upon the government this night. Mr. President, he told that he cannot rescue this country. The word rescue is that everything that is bad in the country, you will make it a little right. But we have been calling over a year, the ruling for campaign of BAM, the people of District 3, 4, and 5, and Sawa have no access to that role. So we are calling upon Mr. President that want the biggest leading role in the whole district.
Thank you.
Please can take off the mess that we do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we'll take more callers. 077771075. He is concerned about the road from Campley to Loca 2. Good evening. Good evening. Hello? All right, so we're going to be bringing you some breaking news as we await your calls. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Lorena.
You are live on the show, sir. What is your name?
Yeah, man, that's the common radio man calling from PV.
Wait a minute, what is on your mind?
Yeah, what's on my mind? Let me say good evening to the excellent president, Chigaima Borasino, the more experienced president ever. At least, because the president experienced media today, at least, like we're now, when anything happening on the other side, you now put into all we call for peace and preach about peace. The peace measure is going across. And President Boga, because they want to make to be more experienced again, the corporate cabinet meeting every 3 or 4 months. So, on senior man, president, you always cover cabinet meeting in your government. You don't wait for a sale year to end before you cover one cabinet meeting. At least every 3 or 4 months, this president, because he's more experienced, a serious president.
All right, yeah, I didn't do that. You went off on your own. 077771075. Hello.
Well, Lorena, how are you using the cell phone?
See you as well.
Good evening, then you got to put it way up. Okay.
Good evening. Hey, man.
Let that person go. Let it go. They won't talk.
Yeah.
How you doing today?
I'm okay. See you. How are you, sir? Long time.
When we get long time now? Just 2 weeks?
Yeah, that's plenty of time. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. So, but what happened with the long hair? No, they're asking you, baby, in your hair. You know, Lorena, you remember? I don't know if that happened in Liberia. When picking hair, then part of your head, you get up in the morning, no hair right here, no hair right here. They say that baby used to eat the hair.
Yeah.
So baby ate your hair. Part of the hair, you see small hair, you go know it just disappears. Small hair it disappears. They put me and say, oh, but I thought what happened? Who cut your hair? And I knew that the baby, that the laser ate your hair. But no, it's okay, Lorena. I ain't talking about you. It's okay, Lorena.
Yeah, see, so now we can be tired.
Yeah? You be tired?
Yeah, but it
tired what? To braid the hair?
When you go braid the hair against you, the people do something.
Yesterday your hair was so long. Then today it just still short like that. How you doing it? So they got people that can grow hair in like bro for 1-2 days.
When I get ready, it will grow again. See you.
Okay. I'm just saying because sometimes let me leave you alone. But I kind of surprised, Lorena. Let me leave you alone. People that the richest will get first. That one in the back, that Centrozine 001. Who's that? That Kanyo? Like Kanyo.
Yeah, he's
but amen. Somebody said I'm gonna call them ASAP. They see me on the show, but they said please call me ASAP. How will I call you ASAP when I just get on the show to talk to Lorena? What can I say that? I'm gonna call you ASAP. You see me on the show. I'm talking to you. You see me on the show, but you want me to call you ASAP, and I just got on the show, so you gotta wait. Where is Kanyo Babala? Kanyo, what's up, my man? How you doing?
Bad CEO. We're hanging in there.
Yeah.
Taking it one day at a time.
One day at a time, sweet Jesus. And tomorrow will never be mine.
All we asking of the old man.
Lord, teach me today. Go ahead, Lorena. One day at a time. One day at a time. Sweet Jesus, woo! and tomorrow will never be mine.
Thank God you ain't quiet, Gio.
Huh?
I said, thank God you ain't quiet.
So you don't know I was in a mass choir in Liberia, man, singing. I was, my man. We used to do our thing, bro.
That don't kind of quiet and what get 200 persons we can't even hear your voice.
No, my man, singing our thing, though. Kyle.
Yeah.
Kyle, but the Bible, God, it's going to church and singing in the choir and doing that thing. Then I will be in heaven. My name is registered in heaven. And, God would just look at that. And, then you know what's up. I mean, it's just fair to say to everybody, you said that thing, and it put me in a little bit of Zeditude. Yeah, Kyle, you brought me back to my old time religion. Yeah. And I think I gotta do it for our people. I gotta do it for our people, Kyle. Yeah. Let me get my organ. Let me get my organ. And I think it's fair to say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do this for you because Kyle put me in something. Right? Listen to this, Kyle. I do this for at the time, sweet Jesus. Oh, I'm asking of you. He gave me the strength to do everything I have to do. Huh?
I said, look, if you see how Lorena,
that's why they go, sweet Jesus. And tomorrow may never be mine. Help me today, show me the way. One day at a time. Listen, you know I know this thing. I'm Haman. Hey, I'm just a man. Come on. Help me believe in what I could be and all that I am. Come on, Kyle. Hey, show me the stairway. I have to climb. Lord, for my sake, teach me today, one day at a time.
Just one day.
Amen.
One day at a time, sweet Jesus. Woo! Come on. I'm asking of you. Hey, just give me the strength to do everything I have to do. And as we rest for this, listen to this. Yesterday gone, sweet Jesus. And tomorrow may never be mine. Help me today, show me the way, one day at a time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, listen, I just do this because... Thank you. Because Kyle put me in Ziereth today, I had to shake myself up because we got a lot of story today to tell. But we said one day at a time, we gave you a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and we want to say, we hope you're good, though. We hope you are good. Wherever you're joining us from, welcome to Spoon Talk. Welcome to this show today. You see tears coming from my eye, Kanye. Whenever I sing that thing about Liberia and say one day at a time, our country will be all right. Just one day at a time. We are getting there. And it's just we will pass the hurdle. We will pass the up and down. We will pass the difficult times. We'll go through the valley and up on top of the mountain. But yet and still we say, yes, God is still with us. So I want to say one day at a time, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Vasti Dennis Yuri. Vasti says, CEO, happy Friday and my school family. Hey, Vasti, how you doing? Patrick Kennedy. He said this guy cannot sing for them. Hey, Patrick. We're singing to the glory of God, my man. I appreciate it. Tipo speaker, damn so CEO, you singing or you reading the strip? Either or, at least you got the message. These guys are bad guys. Sing to the glory of Jesus, CEO. We heard the good news. Freddie Bada is saying that you hear. I don't know what good news. CEO, what's up? What's up, my friend? Again, I want to say welcome to all of you guys. Kanye, what's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, very well, very well. You know, I'm an incurable optimist. In layman terms, me, I always look on the bright side. You give me a glass of water. If the glass is half full, I always see it as half full. I don't see it as half empty. And so we continue to pray and hope and work hard so that our country can continue to move forward. But we're doing good, CEO. We're still hustling. As you know, it's a process that will never end until the good old Lord calls us, maybe 100+ years from now. But in the meantime, we keep it moving. So far, so good.
And you know, I like when you say these things, right? Because you're an outsider. You're an outsider now, right? So when the real son of the home coming home, you know, when the children, the biological sons and daughters getting ready to return, you should find a place to be. Because yet and still, you still outsider. But we trust you, though. We trust you. We trust you. Yeah, we trust you for holding the home down. Yeah. We trust you.
You can
but Kanye is an outsider, but we still trust him. Yeah, he can enter the master room. He can eat on the dining table.
Sometimes it takes the outsider to bring the insiders back. You know?
Exactly. You know, exactly. You tell him, I say, hey, my man, this is your place. I'm just keeping it. But when everybody try to come with you, understand that it is what it is.
You know that parable, right? I think in the Bible, but I know the Bible too well, bro, right? But I think I can sketch it a little bit. You know, when this son had traveled far, you know,
that's a prodigal son.
Yeah. And they said, but you don't know what's in your father's house, and you out there. So, I mean, we are here, you know, the old man, you know, is managing this house very well. And there are those.
Kanye, you want to do that today? The old man managing the house with $20 million drugs cartel in the executive mansion. Kanye, you want us to start so early? Kanye, you want us to start so early? Kanye, you want us to start so early, or we should wait yet? I mean, when people in the old man surrounding, when people that serve as advisor to President Bouaka, they are implicated in the complication of drugs being, you know, all over the country, and Liberia is about to turn into a narco state, and you yet telling us that the old man is vanishing. Well, I give it to you. I give it to you. I mean, and that's the reason why Kanye and myself come early to do all the talking before the other people come. So, Kanye, let me ask you a question. Let's take this step by step. Lorena, just give a few times. What time is it? We still got time, right? I'm not seeing. Is that 4:35?
Yes.
4:55. 4:35, right? Good. So we got about 20 minutes. Like Kanye and myself, allow us to enjoy ourselves. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy. So allow us to enjoy ourselves. We welcome our folks. You can find us on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, all of our relays, Fabric FM, Super FM, Spoon FM, and Voice of Liberia. We want to say welcome. Let's talk Liberia politics. Let's speak the Liberian dialect. Let's speak the Liberian language. And let's say again, no to drugs. No to drugs. But we got new development for you, updates for you, right? How did the drugs get at the RIA? Yeah. Who are the drugs cartel in the government? Invite somebody. You can. Who are the drugs cartel in the government? People that are operating with drugs. People that are protecting the criminals. Somebody that get one of the biggest hotel in the country. Their son is involved with the drugs thing. We got development for you today. Do you know, Kanye, it's not the first time that people took drugs to RIA and they put it on the plane? Do you know that? Do you know what happened with Brussels Airlines? Brussels Airlines was canceled today. You know that? We got news for the people, though. We got information for the people. And that drugs thing, it must stop. It has to stop with Joseph Bouaka. This drugs thing, Kanye. It must stop with President Boakai. President Boakai got to be like Donald Trump. When you see drugs on the boat, you blast the whole boat. And now people say, Stan, what you do that? Anybody that bringing drugs in the country on that boat, you get a chance to blast the boat. Drugs is bad. Yeah, but you know what? I'm going to... Do you know that the LRA and all involved with the yama about drugs? Do you know that? I will show you some document tonight. Yo, put your hand on your head. Yo, go call the people. I
want to see the document.
But man, we got the documents. We are informed. We got our sources. So, but I'd like to bring to your attention while we do this. Let me digress a little bit. Kaya, maybe you enjoy this one. I heard that Yega Koluba is in Guinea. Kyle.
Yeah. Well,
Yega went to Guinea.
You know, I don't know why you think I
would. Let me play the video. Let me play the video. Then you can say something.
Well, I will enjoy Yega being Guinea.
Let me play the video, but I beg you, then you can come in. So you get in Guinea, I just scared. Why is he looking around? Why Yaga? Wait, I gotta play one more time, folks. Just take a look. Yaga is in Guinea, he acting scared. Like the Guinea president, trying to look for you. Take a look, just take a look. Yaga is in Guinea. He's scared of hell. Oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah, the video has no sound, people. You don't blame me. Like, you can take the sound off. Kyle, so I was discussing with some people today. I believe I heard, right, and I hope Yeke can come on, that Yeke went to Guinea by the invitation of the Guinean president. Talk to me, Kyle. Just that information alone. And I know he will come on tonight. The Guinean president invited him.
Well, first thing first, CEO, I'm really looking forward to having the conversation about the drugs.
Thank you.
I'm also very much passionate about this fight against drugs. We need to kick it out. It doesn't matter who is involved, how they involve, how connected they are. It doesn't matter what party or what tribe or race they come from. We got to hold people accountable, and we got to stop this drugs thing.
Thank you.
But I trust President Boakai. I trust he will do what is right for the country. I believe that when the facts present themselves, he will act. Because, look on the streets, Stanton, the gradual, what I call Zogoization of the country. Young people just turning to Zogos left and right. We got to do something about it. So this drug thing should not be taken for granted. We should get to the bottom of it. And whoever involved, let them be held accountable. Now, Yeke, okay, invited by the Guinean president. I can start off by saying that as a private citizen, as a former representative, as an ordinary person just like me, not in government, not holding any position whatsoever, I can say that it is his right to be invited to go anywhere. He's not under any surveillance or nobody's trying to, streamline his movement. He can go anywhere he wants to go. I can say that, right? Because that's the right thing. Everyone is free. It's a free country. The president, the government are chasing behind people and trying to stop them from going where they want to go. It's good for our democracy. But on the other hand, I think there is if he indeed is in Guinea, and if he indeed, and I say that because I don't know again exactly what the facts are, if he is indeed there at the behest of the Guinean president, it doesn't smell right. I'm not saying it's not his right to be there. I'm not saying that is right to visit whichever country, whomever president he elects to visit, but it just doesn't smell right. The Guineans are our brothers. We are not at war with them. We don't want
why it doesn't smell right? Why it doesn't smell right?
It doesn't smell right because there is still this process that is being finalized, that is being reconciled, resolved by our governments diplomatically. The border issue is still being resolved. We know that it almost came to a point where there was huge tension between our countries. And Yeke was right in the middle of it. In fact, this is the tension that led to his expulsion because of some of the statements that he made that endangered the country, that inflated the tensions. He made some statements that Guinea owns the land. Now, if he is in Guinea, and I use the word if, I'm not saying he's there, I can confirm. And if he's there at the behest of the Guinean president, if it's his right to be there, but then it looks somewhat fishy. And I would just urge, my brother, the people say those who can criticize you, they're allowed to learn from them. Sometimes you reflect upon it and you can learn a lot. We don't criticize Yeke because we hate Yeke. We criticize Yeke because at the time we believe firmly that you are giving a lot, a big platform, a big responsibility. You got to carry yourself differently. So, as a former representative, going to meet the Guinean president, if he does meet the Guinean president and is confirmed, which is his right, it will just create a certain sentiment. And as a former representative, I don't think he will want to be doing that. But again, it's his right. He's violating no law. He's free to go wherever he wants to go. I saw when he was leaving the country the last time, he played, as we say in Liberia, he played lynching the president again at the airport. But it's his right that the free speech will.
So I want to slow you down for a bit, right? And it's good that we're talking about Yeke though. You see, the Guineans are, we intermarriage, we do trade, commerce together. They are family, all right? And I respect that. Are we at war with Guinea? Are we in any border war?
No, we're not at war.
Good. So we are not at war with Guinea.
We're not at war. No, and we would not go to war.
Good. No, don't push it. I'm asking you. Just answer the question to the question, right? As we welcome.
As we
welcome Russell on the show. Just answer the question to the question. But I'm asking you also that why you got problem with Yeke going to Guinea? You are not at war with Guinea. I thought you should be having a problem that the government is still bobo, cannot tell us when will the Guinean leave Liberia land. Since the president spoke, nobody has spoken. It's been almost 4 months or so, a little over 4 months. All right. Everything is diplomacy in the back, hush, hush. But the Guinean people still sleeping with our women, eating our chicken and our goat and shitting on our land. And you telling us that you concerned that Yeke going to Guinea? I don't understand that, brother. Help me understand better, please.
No, I think it's a mischaracterization of what I said. I didn't say I was concerned about Yeke going to Guinea. I made it very clear. I said it is his right to go wherever he wants to go, to see whoever he wants to see. But I'm saying, given the comments that he made before, which we recall very clearly, you were here. While we're trying to solve this thing, the president trying to solve this thing diplomatically, so we avoid war, avoid any kind of altercation with our neighbor, our brothers, Yeke gets on air in the middle of that and say, the land is for the Guineans. In fact, we're occupying the Guineans' land, lending credence to an opposing side while you sit in the first branch of government. I think that was patently unpatriotic. Now, like I said, it's right to go anywhere he wants to go. Nobody's stopping him. But if he did indeed go to Guinea, in the aftermath of what he said, what has transpired, and if he did go there to meet the Guinean president, it just doesn't smell right. Now, at the point you make about, the government being hush-hush, I'm not no experienced government person. Like I tell people, out of the close to 20 years of experience I have since I entered the formal workforce, only 3 of those years I have spent in government. But there are things I know that based on government, there's certain information that will not be readily divulged to the public, especially around things like security.
I think your first line is right. I think you don't know about government. When a foreign country, right, occupy your land, right, you don't have to tell us about the national security conversation, the diplomacy in the back, but you have to speak on this like every month. Tell the people, give them some form of update that have been declassified. Yeah, declassified. Every day the people go to the border, they can't even go close. People that live in that area, they're afraid every day. What are you telling the Liberian people? It's been almost 5 months. And you're saying that, listen, look at President Trump. Every day he takes question. That's what you do. So if President Bouaka say, I just don't want to speak, what's going on with the Marcos and Pacos, Jeremy Pierre and Daniel Sando? Why aren't they giving us update? What's going on with my own lawyer, Kula Fofana? Why can't they just say something to say, listen, this is how far we have come with this Guinean issue. But every day the Liberian people see Guinean in Liberia, seize the Liberian land, and tell them you cannot cross this line. People have their houses on the other side. People have their businesses on the other side. But the Guineans have entered into the territory of Liberia and said, no, your house now become my house. And the president and everybody say, oh, don't talk. Who told you that we have soft diplomacy? This is a way the president can declassify some of this information to give hope to the nation, but just not to be quiet. The president spoke once, and nobody. It's like they have forgotten fruit. I mean, it's unfair. The government is not treating her people right. They need to speak. They need to update. They need to tell the Liberian people what's the hell going on at the border. Have President Bouaka conceded that the Guineans should take to take Liberian land? I mean, let's welcome Russell in this conversation. I'm not beating on you. We're just having killing our time because we got 10 more minutes to get into Spoon Talk. But this is a unique way that we can have this conversation, that the president is bothered to this issue, that the vice president is bothered to this issue. Comes 2029, are we walking into 2029 election with the Guineans still on our soil? What would be your message? President Bouaka went back and telling the Liberian people, I am the commander-in-chief. I have sworn on oath to protect this nation from domestic and international forces, foreign forces. But yet and still, you got Guinean taking half the loaf. What would be that message? You cannot update. You think the Liberian people will forget? You think that's it? We just going to forget because nobody can see anything? They stopped the press from going to take videos and photo, Kyle. They said nobody should go there and record anything. They will jail you. It's a national. Who told you that? Look in Iran. They got CNN there. All of the bullets. But in Liberia, they say don't talk. I mean, I'm sorry, Russell. Russell, I'm sorry. You can come in. That Richardson, you look like a young guy today. You look too young, man. That two side bonsway. That's how you can call it, two side bonsway. But you look too young. Wow. I don't know what you're doing, but you're looking fabulous. I gotta close my eye. Kyle, let me leave the show because that Richardson making me blind. Let me leave the show, man. Yeah. The woman come, my whole feature change. She look like young girl with two side bonsway. Like I say yeah, okay.
Is it called bonsway cause, or is it called I thought is that what you call Afro puff or what?
Cause
the problem with y'all when we're speaking to the Liberian people and speaking their own dialect and language, y'all just be quiet. Y'all left Liberia when y'all was 6 and 5 years old. You don't even know the hairstyle. I have 9 sisters. I know all the hairstyle, American plant, cornrow, bossa, bonsway. I know all the things. You can sit there and tell me that I don't know it. Look how you look at it and say American puff. Who told you that in Yucatan we know what they call puff? Who told you that we know what they call puff in Yucatan? Go ask all the Yucatan old man what do you call they say American puff. What kind of man they so? But don't come on our show, man.
Sandra, how you doing? It's good to have you back. Corsi, all right?
All right, of course.
The man say American puff. American puff where? You think we get American puff in Liberia? Puff?
It's good to have you back on the show.
Taylor Richardson, thank you.
It's nice seeing you, Stanton. And
is it that bonsway or cornrow?
Yeah, I said 2 side bonsway. The man say American puff. There you go. But listen, guys, let's go back. I know we got a lot to talk about, but also I was bringing you on, man. Why the government just quiet about the bulletin? I feel making kind to keep quiet and you can talk no more. You want to tell us what?
You know they make me quiet. You started the day that you ran away from me. You tell who you ran away, you went to other side.
My man, I beg you back. We come to the drugs issue because people in the government doing drugs, right? Somebody in the executive mansion connected to the drugs issue. You know for Dr. Conan. Dr. Conan, the information that he begging the government not to do something one or the other advisor. I'm not saying all today. I'm not saying all. Believe it or not. Okay? People are quoting different names connected to the drugs issue. I gotta say, my people, I have to say, I can't keep it. I just have to, right? And this is an embarrassment. This is a pure embarrassment, right? The guys say at LDA, they are all drugs cartel, as alleged. One of them gave 145,000 car. Send a man, police officer, he never buy a car in his life. The man become drugs leader, same point I appointed him. We'll put a picture up. But let's finish with the Bola issue. Y'all say, oh, where's CEO? CEO Naka. See, I can't let talk. Y'all don't get fair. They got Russell drinking beer. I can't let talk.
Dude, that's water, Stanton.
That water will be yellow than that, Russell. Put it back. Put it back up. Put it back up. No, put it back up. Put it on camera. Put it up. But man, look at that water.
Hey, look at
Colonel Gray. If that water, then you must check the state. That problem. The water is yellow.
I drink what is
called that ginger ale.
Sparkling water. Flavor.
Don't change anything. You find all you say that water. We say that beer. Then you say sparkling. Then the message ginger ale.
Water. There's water. Can you?
Brother, enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself.
Haven't you heard of sparkling water?
My man, bye.
Flavor sparkling water.
My man, we can drink Perrier water.
It could be ginger ale, it could be sparkling water.
My man, let's go by and ask the people. What is happening? What is happening at the border, Russell? Why the government is so quiet, Russell? It's almost 6 months since President Bouaka spoke. Why the government can tell the Liberian people the truth? Are we going to go to the end of the year and the Papa just pray to God that Liberian people forget about that 4-year thing? Talk to me, Russell. Talk to me.
Thank you, Stanton. It's great being here. Great seeing you again. And everyone who's watching the show and listening to us here on Spoon TV and Spoon Radio. I'd like to say welcome to you all. Kanye, it's great seeing you. Ed Remy, always a pleasure having you on. And my beautiful cousin, nice seeing you all. And Miss Lorena, thanks for holding down the fort.
Surprisingly, it's just raining. Maybe that blessing, the rain just coming down like crazy. Wow.
Yeah, it's called that shower of blessing, right? No, but Stanton, no, I think, okay, back to your point, right? There are a lot of competing priorities in the country, Stanton. And to say or to conclude that the government is not doing anything, I think it will be unfair. So we have to give the government.
No, we're talking about the border, though. We talking about
I know that's the board I'm talking about.
We didn't say the government had to do anything. We said why the government can speak on it. That's all we asking.
Well, because the government may not be speaking on it now because they are working on the diplomatic front, trying to get enough and sufficient information to come out to the public. It's not going to just come and just say whatever.
Look who we got in the White House. Look at our president here.
Mm-hmm.
He gave us updates every day. It's not a bad thing.
That's a different style.
But for Russell, what you get information minister for? Russell, what you got the information minister for? They got to update the nation, right? We got people that want to go to the homes. The Guineans have captured the people's homes. The Guineans drove those people from the homes and said, this is our land. You cannot own this home. They are homeless.
Yep.
You saying yeah? So what is the government telling them? What is the government telling them? Somebody called me and said, Stanton, since they took me from my house that I built for $30,000, the Guinean took my house. Nowhere for my children and myself to stay. Right there. What's the message, Russell? What the government telling them? Leo Underbar?
Well, I agree. I mean, the government should say something, but I'm just saying that the government will say something, I'm sure, when it has something to say and more information to say, more information to share with the public. But I'm almost certain that they are working the diplomatic front. I mean, they're having a lot of meetings, a lot of conversation taking place. So we just have to wait until.
Russell, you don't know what happening, man. Don't waste my time, my man. If you don't know, say you don't know. You wasting my time, bro.
Oh, but obviously I don't know.
No, I'm not allowing you guys to waste my time, man. You wasting my time. Yeah, you wasting my time. Somebody family homeless and crying that the rich is saying. The woman look at her house. She said that my house is a Guinean man said, Ashantu, Masazizia, speaking French to the woman. You cannot come here. How do you say you cannot come here in French? Viens ici, wherever you see. The woman crying and said, can I just take my things from the home? The Guinean time the woman said no. They are sleeping in the woman's house. And the woman just right next door and said, hey, my people, that my house there. The Guineans say, build it on our land. They say, viens. The rich is painful. And the government is not speaking. Baba, welcome to the show. Let's hear you, Dr. Richardson.
So I certainly believe that President Buckeye should speak to Liberian people for the following reasons. One, he's going to stop all of this rumor from going around. Liberian people have different ideas as to what happened at the border. He will clarify that. Two, it will show a strength of leadership. When we know we are questioning his leadership right now, he will come and tell Liberian people exactly what happened. We need to hear it. He owes us an explanation regarding the border situation. And maybe three, he can tell us the government strategy. What is the strategy? Are the people going to stay there? Are they still working things diplomatically, as they said earlier? Or, are they going to find a way for us to claim our land back? Or maybe they're going to tell us the history of Guinea and Liberia. So we need to know, because there's too much you say, I say rumor going on, and it will take President Buckeye to come and explain to the Liberian people to let us know what is going on. This government, if they don't do that, there will be a stain on their leadership. I can tell you that. That is on the minds of so many Liberians. So yes, thank you, Stanton.
No, you can go ahead. I really don't want to hear from Gray or Tama on this. You can go ahead. You can go ahead and talk as long as you want.
Definitely we what did you say? Did you say you're here from Tama? I think
Dr. Richardson, you can share some of your time with us here.
Yeah, I will share my time, please.
Let's welcome our brother, the former EFL corner.
Actually, I wanted to just hello to everybody too, Stanton. I didn't get Lorena. Hello, how you doing? I apologize for not saying hello to you. You've been putting some really smashing pictures on Facebook. You've been looking so pretty.
Yeah, they posted when the women that start putting picture on Facebook, then that's something they're looking for.
Yeah?
Okay.
I heard the other way around. That's something they have.
Okay. I ain't even gonna go there. Lorena putting picture on Facebook. Okay. But anyway, Colonel Remy Gray, what's up, bro? It's good to see you.
I mean, leave the lady, man.
Lorena is my sister. You know that Lorena father just across the bridge 15 minutes from me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lorena family.
For certain people, but man, you know,
now he about to order on insurance, so you gotta just get used to it. Go with it.
But welcome to the show, Conor Gray. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, Tambai. As always, welcome, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. It's good to be here. It's good to see all of you. Lorena, good evening to you. Dr. Richardson, my brother Kanyo. I love the Centrism 001. You should get the lesson for it. It matches.
You mean one of the bits?
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Yeah.
That's wonderful. And our incoming representative, Russell himself, go and represent, brother. I think I don't want to mention that out there should get out and vote for the brother. We should support each other.
Good talk.
Yeah, and Colonel L. Remy Gray, the wise man. Always a pleasure to be in your midst. And good evening to our listeners in Radio Land. Thank you, Stanton. It's a pleasure to be here.
I think we're still waiting for Nicholas Machiavelli, whatever his name is, Emmanuel George. We're still waiting for him.
Emmanuel Machiavelli George.
Oh, my cousin, we could Nicholas Machiavelli.
But I want to say to all of you, it's been a great time having you on. Let's go into the show. Today is the game. America is playing the World Cup. We are happy that Liberians are on the American team, and we say, "Go USA, go USA, go USA." We want America to win, but it's so bad that the game is 9 p.m. our time.
Yes.
And that would be 2 a.m. or so, right? Or 1 a.m. Liberian time. So you guys that in Liberia have to wake up, be up to watch the game. But that would be the great game here. It's fun. We're going to sit back, lay back, and enjoy the game. And the whole team, we can score the goal. Everybody just celebrating USA. Go USA. We want USA to win. I want USA to win. Seriously, I do. Another, Liberian playing on the Canadian team. We say, go Canada as well. We stand by our folks and we celebrate them. And I mean, that's a joy for Tim We are and the other Liberian player to represent Liberia and play. And, listen, by blood, his father from Liberia, and, his family, the other gentleman parents from Liberia. Listen, it's a great time to just put on the red, white, and blue and say, go USA. So yes, indeed, we are waiting. We'll watch the game and we say, go team. What's the other gentleman's name? Can somebody give me a name? I know you guys.
Alfonso Davis.
No, Alfonso Davis playing for Canada. They got 2 Liberians on the USA team, right? That's what I was told. Is that true? I hope somebody can help me.
Yeah, I think it's Wright. His last name is Wright or something.
Yeah, we just say go team.
Hash Wright.
Oh, yeah.
Hash Right. Okay, and go Hash. Go Hash. Hey, listen, Hash Right. We want to say go all the way. We're going to celebrate them. Great thing. Listen, if you got a picture, please send me the picture. Let me put it up. We got to celebrate them team. We are, listen, regardless of what you say about politics, he's a smooth player. Listen, he's a striker. He's going to score. Hash going to score. We are praying for them. And they will give USA the victory as they represent Liberia. And we say, go USA, victory to USA. The first game here in America. Yes, indeed, I was able to talk to President Weah, the former president. He's there watching his son. He's going to travel to the next game. And yes, indeed, they will be there to support Liberia, not only his son. He said, we are yet to support the team USA, and Liberia is fully represented. So shout out to them as well. And after we can move into our show, I'd like to say to all of you, welcome. We're going to have a wonderful show. Let's start with this video real quick. We're going to get to the drugs issue. We got a lot to talk about the drugs issue. We got a lot to talk about. Abdullah Kamara been acquitted today. You guys saw that? The LTA guy, Abdullah Kamara, they said the man, hey God, Lord have mercy. They said the man is acquitted today. I said, okay, we'll leave that one. How the man will not be acquitted? The man have to be acquitted now because the man was in the picture with President Bouaka chilling. Right? How can a man be chilling with the president? They're having fun, then you and I acquitted. Man, look at this. The man chilling with President Bouaka. When the man was in court, on trial. the man receiving blessing from President Bouaka when he was in court. So you know what? Listen, though, this is just a pure 101 politics. You either for me or you're against me. When you for me, you are covered. Look at Kanye. Kanye is covered because Kanye for supporting the woman now. And next government come out, Kanye will move to that next government too. That's how it is. Everybody needs protection. Who can pour forth? And that's the way it is. I mean, I got no problem with Kanye. I'm just being serious right now. Kanye do anything like bro. Yeah, but man, be Eastside. I beg you, be Eastside. I want you to be Eastside. Seriously, I want you to be Eastside. Please be Eastside. No problem. Be Eastside.
But the Eastsiders don't appreciate what they have, then the Outsiders will have to help them.
You know, Kanyo, again, you are quite correct. You are quite correct, Kanyo. Again, I said this to you, Kanyo, and you know you're my friend and brother. We love you on this show. You are quite correct. And, you know, when they say, when the impossible become possible or something somebody said the other day, I won't go there. But if you know it, what I'm saying, so it's okay. Let me pull up this picture quick while we get to our program real quick. I got to put this up. These are the two players representing, I believe these are the two players representing Liberia on the U.S. team. And I want to say a shout out to them, a big shout out to them. So just take a look. This is from the former Secretary of State, former First Lady, Hillary Clinton, when she said, I am looking forward to seeing the USMNT represent us in this World Cup. Wishing you all luck ahead of tonight's first match. Yes, indeed. And whose picture is that? Tim Weah picture. Tim Weah is from Liberia. Tim Weah picture. Yes, indeed. We want to celebrate him while he represents America and hope he can score. And this is Haji. I believe that is his name, right? Yes, I think that's him. He also on the USA team as well. Again, they would do that, which is right. And we say congratulations to them and we wish them well. All right. Anybody want to add something? We're moving on. Is there anything to add? No? Yes, Kanyo? Great.
So should the Ghanaians also
No, I said go ahead. If you want to ask something about the sport, go ahead. We got a few terms to just
let me Kanye doesn't have anything to add. Let me just add. As you can see, I'm in the Lone Star official, the technical jersey, not the jersey the team wear, but like official jersey, right? Or polo shirt. Just want to remind people to buy your tickets, get out there. It's going to be happening in the great state of Minnesota from Thursday all the way to Sunday. We're going to have Bauer IU game one day. We're going to have welcome party another day and meet and greet another day. Then we're going to have a parade on Sunday morning, and then in the evening, everyone's going to go to St. Paul and see the Lone Star defeat Minnesota United FC. So this whole summer is about football, and nowhere else is going to be celebrated and highlighted in the United States as far as the Liberian community is concerned than in the great state of Minnesota. So come on over. Kanyo, you are invited. Obviously, the entire Spoon team is invited. But you need to first get your tickets. So to get your tickets, Stanton, we will be doing a show here. We'll be doing a show, at least an hour or 2 hours exclusively. We give out some discount codes where people can call in to buy their tickets. So those who will be coming out here. So we'll be doing a special show, trying to encourage as many people as possible to buy their ticket. And by way of news and information, Stanton, the Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports will be coming to Minnesota sometime next week or so, and will be meeting with Minnesota United and going to St. Paul to inspect the field, to look at their stadium. It's a brand new stadium, stadium that the game will be played at, and so he will be here too. But I will give you more information as that happens.
Thank you. Yeah, I know you're rushing to go because somebody, maybe your wife or your girlfriend, just came home with food, and the plastic bag just happening.
No. That your classmate Quentin Russell. Let
me show your face. Let me show your face.
So I know
that boy a bad boy. Kyle, you want to add anything quickly?
Yeah, sure. I mean, World Cup wise, of course, World Cup offers an opportunity to bring countries together so we can celebrate sport and unity. I think it's a good thing. I think that America has provided a home for many Liberians, and it's a good thing to see Liberians giving back also by participating in sports and supporting the U.S., their home as well. So I think we should celebrate that. But as a point of departure, very quickly, Stanton, I want to make a statement that may be controversial. And I say controversial because today I made 2 posts regarding the World Cup. And to call it a clobbering or a bashing would be an understatement because a lot of people came after me. And my point was simply on the South African issue, right? Wherein a lot of Africans, because of current protests happening in South Africa, have elected not to support South Africa as normally the way Africans will support most of the African teams. And most of them have started supporting Mexico, and they're saying that if the Czech Republic were to come, they would support Czech Republic against South Africa. And my point was, I think as Africans, we owe it to support each other. At least that's what I believe. And then even beyond that, I believe that whatever's transpiring in South Africa cannot be attributed to the whole country. You have 60 million people. You have some people who espouse certain views that are not right and proper, I would say. But there's a country of 60 million people. It's like saying in Liberia, there are people who refer to certain others as not being Liberians. But you can't take that and generalize to Liberia. So I just thought it was something to put out there, that sports is supposed to be unifying. And as we go into this endeavor, somebody will win, some will triumph, but at least let's go into it with this sense, of unity and the sense of Africanness and the fact that we all owe it to each other. But on the whole, I think, yeah, it's a good thing. We'll be following. I'll be wearing my South African jersey tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Because if I will be the only African or West African supporting South Africa in this World Cup, I will be that only person. But I'll be in my jersey tomorrow.
Kanye, where are you? Where are you?
Say that?
Where are you? Which country are you
in? Colombia.
Oh.
I mean, Kanye, you got all right to support. Kanye, you got all right to support South Africa because the way you found a beautiful wife, so you got to support them.
No, matter of fact, my wife is Zimbabwean. She's not South African.
Oh, that's the same border country, so we respect that. You have to support South Africa. All right. So what we are saying is that to each his own. You can support any country you want, but we base here in the United States. We have Liberians on the U.S. team, and we are happy that they are representing America, and we celebrate them, and we'll root for them that they win the election. We're going to end with you real quick, Conor Gray. You want to add anything?
You want to talk about election minute?
The competition. The election in my mind.
I think
stand on.
2029 not far. I still telling you.
The way you looking like you setting.
What would you like to add, Conor Gray? What are you adding?
No, I was saying I think I watched a game today between Canada and Bosnia Herzegovina. And I think it was a draw 1-1. So Alfonso, I didn't see him on the squad, but at least their team drew with with Bosnia. I think this is Bosnia's third time appearing in the World Cup. But so that one is behind us. So we're looking forward to the Team Wear and USA match. One thing I would wish that the US, takes the lead on this one, because then we're looking for the advanced stage now. But it's about time the US goes to that second and third level. They've been there before. For the last two World Cup, I think they got eliminated just before going to the second or third round. And so I'm looking forward to that. But we got to be in this. So it hurts when you just leave the tournament so early, especially when it's just started and nobody knows exactly what's going on right now. Regarding the Bafana team, look, Africa has given so much to that South Africa, especially the liberation struggle that brought so many of our South African brothers on our shores. I grew up watching them. Some of them were teaching at the university. And to be Afrophobic, so to speak, not knowing that history, it pains me to watch them this time and give them any support. But hey, as Stenton says, you're right, Mr. Bala, but it's difficult. Most Africans will not accept that. That's what at least appears in the face of camera, even though there are 60 million people. Well, it takes one event to razzmatazz, arouse, people against others.
Thank you. Thank you for agreeing.
Yeah, I don't believe it's appropriate for us right now.
Yeah, but thank you. Real quick, 30-second time, right? You want to add quickly?
Yes, Stenton, it's a pleasure to be here. Football, the World Cup that's played every year really is the highest level of competition, compared to none. It's a sport that brings nations together and brings people together. And to see our indigenous Liberian sons, Timothy Weah and Haji Wright representing the United States, it brings some level of pride to us, and we are grateful for them. But just a fun fact I wanted to share, and we wish them all the best in this World Cup. Just a fun fact here. So I read in an article last week wherein some scientists put the World Cup ranking into AI, into artificial intelligence. And the AI was able to calculate and predict who the winner is going to be. Yes, I can share. I will share. If you guys are interested, I can share the article. I don't want to tell you to.
That's a good information for those of us
who the winner will be. So
I want to know.
At the end of the World Cup, we got
That's true. And the predictor it, but the final, according to their prediction, is between France and Spain, and the predictor will winner between the two. That's the two countries that predict to be in the final.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but so it's gonna be exciting.
That AI not correct, not true.
It's gonna be exciting.
I know. Spain will not even reach quarterfinal.
I tried to win some free tickets from Mayor Mamdani. He put out 1,000 tickets for $50 for New Yorkers.
Yeah.
I was in lucky, man. So Mamdani, I'm here. Okay, it's my mom who played the salsa for you in Staten Island. I need a.
Look at that
video. Yeah. Mamdani, I'm here, okay? I need to come to the World Cup.
Nice.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. You want to come in, Machiavelli?
Call him Machiavelli.
You call him Machiavelli.
Before the show over today, he will give you a quote from Machiavelli. Watch and see.
The man love Machiavelli. That tell you they kind of thinking that the George got. Anybody who quotes Machiavelli profusely, you got to watch them closely.
But you understand something? I have caught all of the last 5 days. I have caught like the 7 things you need to know about this thing, the 5 things you need to know about this situation. From Machiavelli, I have caught them all. Oh. And I begin to, because it's very, very interesting, by the way. Talk about bad friends. But I will play one of them. I'll wait for Kev to come on the show, then I'll play one. How a person like Kev, how you should address him and handle him. No, I ain't going to do that. Go ahead, you mother.
Good evening. I think we're discussing a World Cup. I mean, it's a very beautiful event. This year World Cup, I'm not very excited about the 2026 World Cup. I was excited for the one in Atlanta and Los Angeles. It just feels different. It feels different for me. And so I've not watched a single game up to now. Maybe I'll watch the US game because there is a place right beside my house in the village here that they are having a special sporting night. So maybe I'll just go sit there and watch US Paraguay game. And it's in terms of the young people of Liberian origins that are participating in this World Cup. And no, Kanyo, I don't think I can support South Africa. I don't think so. I mean, we have given them so much for what they are giving back to us as people on the continent. So much. We sacrifice a lot for them. Many of our countries on the continent were sanctioned because we stood firm with South Africa. If many countries, including Liberia, when Liberia's relationship with Israel was tainted, it was because of South Africa. When the non-aligned movement, and when you trace this issue of the coup, the West annoyance with President Tobler was because we were supporting South Africa vehemently at different level. And at the end of the day, what they're giving us back? Xenophobia, beating people in the street. It happens every year. So, I mean, a few South Africans may be doing it, but when you have something that is happening every year in a country, then it shows that at a level, at the national level, the conversation is not being held. And we see it all the time. We give them so much for what they're giving back to us. So I can support South in this World Cup. I will support all other African teams for Africa. I'm not too sure.
Thank you. Jacob, you want to finish up quickly?
Oh yeah, no. Talking about football, yeah. For me, I'm a football fan, an ardent lover of football, the beautiful game. Yeah, been following. I know that a few players on the U.S. team are of Liberian descent or parentage, so that's a good one. It's 1 o'clock on this side. I'll see whether I'm able to stay up to see the game tonight. But I mean, on the question, the South Africa thing, I heard a few people talking about. No, for me, I draw a very thick line between politics and football and sports. I just enjoy myself watching sports. I have no connection absolutely with whether somebody do politics or not. So particularly for me, I support all of the African teams at the World Cup. And then my team is Brazil and England. So yeah, so that's it. And I love football. I try to watch.
So when Brazil playing Ghana, who you will support?
When Brazil playing Ghana, I support Ghana, definitely.
How your team Brazil?
So thank you very much, Jacob. I like to say this is just simple. Listen, just enjoy the game. Support which team, which country you want to support. Not because of the political situation or the situation of being xenophobic and kicking people out of the country. Every country have their own issue. We support, or I support, the USA because I live here. I have kids that were born here. You know, I have folks from Liberia playing on the USA team. So I support the USA team. Yes, I do. And I pray to God that they win, right? Whatever things are happening in South Africa, well, we leave it with Kanyo and the rest of the folks in South Africa. Politically, South Africa know where they came from. No one should remind them. And we'll move. This is about sport. But let's enjoy the game tonight. And let's enjoy the World Cup, wherever you are. And let's have fun. Now we'll move to our story for today, guys. To our sister, Lorena, thank you very much. I know you'll be producing for us in the back, and we'll look forward to take calls whenever we're ready. We say thank you very much, Lorena. To all of you out there, let's have fun. Let's make this, we want to say to you, welcome to Spoon Talk. Today is the 12th, 2026 of June, and let's have fun. Something I just want to clear up. We started with this, but we got interrupted with this game, football thing. Let me play this video. Yeke is in Guinea. Watch you. Those of you that never had the chance to speak to this, let's play the video. I'm sorry, there's no sound, but Yeke in Guinea. Something about the video that is my takeaway. Yeke look afraid. He looking around too much, like he's scared, right? Nobody forced him to go to Guinea, but he told me that he was invited by the Guinean president, Dr. Richardson. I don't know for what. I've been trying to call him all day just to get more information, but his phone not going. The call's not going through. So, but he's kind of like afraid. He looking both ways, like he's a suspect. You know, like he's a suspect. But what say you, knowing what Yeke have said before, the border issue? Yeke is in Guinea. You want to say anything to that, Dr. Richardson? Does that concern you? Anything you want to share?
Well, all I can say is that I like the way he looks. He looks well dressed. Although he seemed a little paranoid is the word that I suggest checking, which is good when you travel to a different country. Now you're home, you should be looking around and checking things out. I look forward to hearing what he has to say, why he's there, and what he learned. And if it relates to the issue of the border, I look forward to hearing it.
Thank you very much. And I believe we heard from you, right, Conor Gray, on this, or what can you? Talk to us. Yeke in Guinea, what concerns you? You want to add anything, Conor Gray?
The data I'm looking at there is not sufficient. It informs me of nothing. So I don't even know where he's at.
Okay, I'm telling you, Yeke is in Guinea. Then you say not sufficient. You don't know where yet. I'm telling you, he's in Guinea, but we'll pass you. Tamba, you want to say anything? Yeke is in Guinea. What concerns you? Knowing that what Yeke said before, and he said he was invited by the Guinean president, and he's in Guinea now. What do you expect?
Well, here's what I think. I don't expect anything from Yeke, first of all. Yeke, given the fact that Yeke has been suspended by his colleagues, or how do you call it, expelled by his colleagues, and he's taking the matter up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has ruled, right? I mean, the court has ruled, he's taking the matter up to the full bench. With that pending, as a private citizen, Yeke can travel anywhere. We are all free as individuals to associate. And like my brother Kanyo's wife, you know, from the southern part of Africa, the South Africa and Zimbabweans, at some point, they were like one family. So Guineans and Liberians, at some point, we are like one family. Lofa County has border crossings where there's no river. Even though this is Makuna part that we are right now scrambling over. There are parts where you can just cross over from Zozo side into Guinea, walk, basically. But even though we are not at war with Guinea, I would say we are at war. Guinea is encroaching on part of our borders. You being, if you're a sitting representative, or you being a recent former representative, what message are you sending to your partisans, to your supporters in your country? Could they be construed as someone who is trying to betray his country? Could they be misconstrued? Now, I'm not saying that Yeke is trying to betray Liberia, but it could be misconstrued in the public space, right? Given the timing, given what we are going through with Guinea. So, but is Yeke appointing himself as an independent peacemaker at this point? So I would love to hear from Yeke. Hello, Yeke, wherever you are, come on the show, come and tell us what you are doing in Guinea, whether Mamani or whether Mamani.
Okay, so Yeke is here. Yeke is on the show. Just wait now. You were here from Yeke. Thank you. Let's go to Emmanuel.
I came on the show just for
one more thing I wanted to say.
Tamba, you done. Let's go to Yeke quickly. Yeke, welcome.
Stanton, let me say good evening to all of you people on the show. And let me say to the Liberian people, is the network okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeke, we can hear you.
Let me say to the Liberian people, I can simply say to the Liberian people, 1,000,000% that place is owned by Guinea, and Liberia can never ever get that place. I can bet my life. So let people say what they want to say, Stanton. When I come to Liberia, we'll talk. Don't worry about that. That place, Liberia can never ever get that place. That place is owned by Guinea, and the place is owned by Guinea. 1,000,000%.
What place? What place is owned by? What place owned by Guinea? What place you talking about?
The place like Guinea occupied on their land in Foya is owned by Guinea. It's not owned by Liberia.
Are you currently in Guinea? Are you currently in Guinea? We are announcing that you are in Guinea. Can you confirm?
I am in Guinea, Stanton. I
We
called you on my
also
Guinea number
received-
yesterday, right?
Yeah, I know you're in Guinea. I needed you to confirm, please. Can you talk to us? Is there anything else you want to share?
Stanton, let me say this to the Liberian people. I have gone at 70%. I'm waiting for the 30%. I will pass through Guinea to pass through Ganta, Bola, and enter Liberia. Thank you.
And what's your mission in Guinea, Yeke? What's your mission in Guinea?
I came to walk over. What you want to know? Are your business? Close the border when I my road.
When are you departing Guinea?
Very soon. I will put on my page when I leave.
Were you invited by the Guinean president? Like we announced, we heard that you were invited by the Guinean president.
I came to walk about. Forget the
Were
one.
you invited by any member of the Guinean government?
I came to walk about. I reach your Liberia will talk. Why are you rushing for a Stanton? I'm in Guinea.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Yeke Koduba, Republic of Liberia. Thank you very much. It's good seeing you, Yeke. You're always welcome to join us. Let me go quickly to Emmanuel George. Now, Emmanuel, it is very clear. Yeke is in video talking to us. Yes, indeed. He's in Guinea, but he's making some very serious statement here. Dr. George.
Yeah, first of all, let me just say that what Yeke is doing in international relations is what we call track 2 diplomacy. Our country have not been able to give us relevant information as regards what is happening at the border. We have not received updates for months. The last time we heard, journalists were being targeted and stopped from going to that area. So that a private citizen that Yeke is doing this is important for us. We had the same thing when the U.S. had serious challenge with North Korea. Dennis Rodman, when they opened informal diplomatic channel between Kim Jong-un and in the U.S. government. The same thing with Jesse Jackson going to release prisoners in Cuba on the same track 2 diplomatic mission. So if Yeke has been invited, hopefully his conversation will be how we can solve this issue, how we can bring relief to the Liberian people, and how this can come to an end. And perhaps we can get clarity of the issue, because we having one story coming from the Liberian government, and Yeke is in Guinea, and Guinea is confirming that the land belongs to them. So it means that we still have a lot of work to do. But I'm grateful that this channel is open.
I know we're going to spend some time on this. Now, Yeke is coming back, by the way, and he's going to expand. Folks, don't go in for Yeke is coming back, because people saying Yeke says something. Not to interrupt you, Dr. George. Let's go straight to Jacob Jada. Yeke said he's going to pass through the border, the occupied border. Talk to me, Jacob.
Yes, I think it's for me obvious to me that Yeke is exercising his freedom of movement. As far as we know on the record, we do not currently have any antagonistic relationship with Guinea. The president have said it over and over. We listen to his video here with the trip to, I think it's East Africa, and his engagement with the president of Guinea. So I see nowhere yet that Yeke has broken on the law, as far as I can tell. He has freedom of movement. He can travel to Guinea for tourism. He can go visit, like he just said here on the record. But whether he's there on account of what is transpiring along the borders, again, I see nowhere any law has been broken. So he's a free man, and we're in a free world. So he will come to Liberia, like he said, through the border. He also has the right to come into the country. Until we can see clearly that he violated any law, as far as I know, he has not. He's exercising his right to move around. On the question of the border crisis, I don't know whether I can read too much into what is happening across the border right now and connecting that with Yeke. It seems to be connected, but I can't lay my hand clearly on drawing or take a connection between the two. So we'll wait for Yeke to come to return to country, and I'm sure he will come here and say why he was in Guinea, and then based on that, we can share additional opinion.
Before I go to Kanyo, because our brother Conor Gray said he doesn't want to speak to this, but Dr. Richardson, though, Yeke say I'm coming on Spoon to announce for myself that I am in Guinea, and the land belongs to the Guineans. He's in Guinea saying it, and he said I will go through that border. I mean, this is concerning.
Yeah.
I know Yeke is a representative, or people will say he's not. Listen, they have not made the seat vacant yet. The court have not ruled yet. Yeke is still a representative, right? They can say they expel him. We're still waiting for final decision from the court. He's still a representative. But let's hear you, Dr. Richardson. It is very important to know that he's in Guinea and he's making the argument on behalf of the Guineans.
Yeah, it saddens me that we have mixed messages going on here. Our president is telling us one thing. He's talking about soft diplomacy in order to solve the border crisis. And Yeke has repeatedly told us that the meeting that President Bokar went to meet with the leader of Guinea, and he came back and said, oh, they're working on it. It's not true. Yeke has told us that this is not true, that land, he repeatedly have said to us, the border land, is not Liberia's land. He has repeatedly said that to us. And so to me, it just saddens me that our government, the government that we trust, is not speaking to us. They're not telling us the truth. One minute we are hearing they are still practicing soft diplomacy. They're stopping journalists from going to the border. And it saddens me. It really pains me, because if it's not our land, tell us. If it is our land, tell us. Do something about it, but don't let us just be in a state of limbo here, trying to figure out what's going on in Lofa County.
Yeah, it's good that you came back. Again, when your internet serves you right, you should come. Before we go to Kanye, though, Yeke, did you say you will go through the border that the Guinean occupied, or you going through another border? I mean, if you just tell us what you think you can tell us right now, though. You are in Guinea. What's the atmosphere like when you talk about that border issue in Guinea?
Guinea is okay. As far as I'm concerned, there's no dispute. There's no confusion between Liberia and Guinea. The issue has been solved ever since. But Mr. Walker have decided not to talk about it. And I will speak to the people sent on rush. Wait, let me enter Liberia, you know how to talk. You know I can talk. Let me enter Liberia. There's no dispute, Mr. Walker, that the place is owned by Guinea. There's no confusion anywhere. There is none.
So on the Guinean side, are you saying that they said they think Sefini? Boga agreed our land? Is it Sefini? What do you mean there's no dispute? And the president said they are going to diplomacy. Go ahead, Yeke.
Let me tell you, the 17 million ton is finished. There's no space water for Liberia. The place that Guinea occupy in Foya is owned by Guinea. He knows that very well. Why is he being deceptive to tell Liberian people? Why is he misbehaving to the Liberian people? Why is he doing that?
Is there any way I can call you on the phone, Yeke? Yeke, let me call you on the phone. If you don't mind, call me, because I'm trying to find your Guinean number. I can call you on your regular number, which can you call me while you're on that we can hear you better, because it's kind of confusing when you say there is no dispute. Is there any way you can just call? And please, if you can, call my phone number. I want people to hear you better, Yeke. But while you do that, Representative Koruba, I still call you representative, by the way, because that case is in court. Kanyo, okay, Yeke is calling Kanyo. Yeke is calling. All right, yeah, Representative, thank you. Let's see if we can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, you're good now. Thank you. Just leave it just like that. You are okay. This is Representative Yeke Koruba. Lorena, can you please put his name up on the feed? But no, I'm calling your number. It's been interrupted. I can call you on it right now, but it's not going through.
Don't be scared, man. Don't be scared for me, yeah?
No. The number is not going through. I can call you back on it if you like.
No, it's okay. I'll call you now. I'm not poor that you stay on. Let me talk to the Lebron people.
So let's go back to it now. My question is, you are saying that this thing is finished. It is finished, right? But who telling you in Guinea that it is finished? The president of Liberia say they are on diplomacy.
When I come to Liberia, I will talk. When I stay here and talk, it will be gossip. Stay on. I got plenty to say when I come to Liberia. Don't rush. Slow down. Let me enter Liberia. The Liberian people have been deceived by Mr. Bwaka. And when I come, I will speak. The Liberian people being deceived. Mr. Bwaka is putting the Liberian people under the impression that Guinea and Liberia are in confusion. Guinea and Liberia, they are not in confusion. President Dumbuya is an understanding person and he understands everything. And he convinced Mr. Bwaka. Mr. Bwaka got convinced that the place is owned by Guinea. Why is he not informing the Liberian people? Why is he behaving like this? You are there to man the country. We elected you. Then you lie to the Liberian people. Stato, it's wrong. Stato, let me enter Liberia, man. I want to say something.
So let's go back to the border issue. I'll bring Karen in real quick. How are you going back to Liberia? You say you'll go through the border. Which border?
I'm trying to make the arrangements. I will pass through the Kanta border, but I may go to the foyer, on the Guinea property to go and do some video and take some picture there. If that is done, I will pass through the Kanta Guinea border to enter Liberia. My flight is from Guinea back to Ghana, but I want to use a means to pass through the border and enter Liberia. I will take a flight from there and go back and complete my stay in Guinea, in Ghana, and come back to Liberia to wait for the case.
So are you going?
Mr. Bwaka to declare vacancy.
Are you going?
Bwaka not declare vacancy? Say I'm former representative.
So, Reverend Yaka Koduba, are you going to the border to speak to the Guinean soldiers and take videos from the Guinean side?
Don't jump the gun, please. Please wait for me. I came here to visit. Let me finish my.
Who are you visiting? Who are you visiting right now?
My wife is aware that I have a Guinea woman and I got 7 children for me. I came to visit my wife.
But be serious, man.
And my children.
Be serious. Okay. Kaya, you want to say anything before Yaka leave? Because you come next. You want to say anything? You were saying something terrible about Yaka now. Yaka is on the phone. You like to add?
You act as if I'm afraid of Yaka Koluba. And you know I don't fear Yaka 1 inch. This is not a conversation directed at Yaka. Yaka can leave the line and I'll still say what I have to say. If what I say influences him such that he wants to come back, he can come back. But the feedback from his core is currently interfering with my delivery. So if Yaka can leave the line, he can come back.
Okay, so can you hold on? Yaka say glad Yaka finish.
Why Yaka to speak? Why you want Lamin to speak? Then Yaka respond.
So I'm not pushing in the people are looking for food to eat. If I'm looking for food to eat, I will stay in Morovia, I will stay in Liberia and talk to Dr. Regency and say, let's go talk to Joseph Bwaka for me. Everything that I said, everything I'm saying now, I stay my age. I can never, ever in my life stay apology for no reason. Mr. Bwaka owe me an apology for lying to the Liberian people, and he will extend my apologies. He lied to the Liberian people on oath. He knows very well that place. He knows very well that place is for Guinea. And he put in the Liberian people under the impression that the place is for them. Going through the other means, there's no means that Mr. Bwaka is going through. Stay on one again, Liberia will talk. Slow down small.
Thank you, Yaka. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bob Bounce, rule change. Thank you very much. All right. Century.
Let me get my observation here.
I mean, you are the fire asked you say you want to talk about Yaka. So
no. At least I don't want to talk about Yaka.
My man, everybody heard you say you got nothing to add.
I don't know if Yaka.
Let me end my point.
Let Kyle finish. You come on, Color. Let Kyle finish.
2 things to address very quickly. 2 things, right? The first thing is that I think the conversation around the panel, whether advertently or inadvertently, is creating the impression that the government is concealing something, that the government isn't speaking to the people. I think that is patently erroneous. When the Solomba incident broke in February, in March, there was a tripartite meeting of Guinea, Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in Conakry, in March. At the end of that meeting, the President Boakai, spoke. And I recall in that his statement, he said that there is nothing to be gained by war. And he advised the Liberian people that the matter will be resolved diplomatically. After that meeting, in June, just this June, on the 2nd of June, the Ministry of Information spoke, and they issued a policy statement which is on the Ministry of Information website as we speak. In that statement on the 2nd of June, they reaffirmed the government's commitment to resolving the matter with Guinea peacefully. In fact, there is a slated meeting in Sierra Leone, I believe, of the Mano River Union to address this issue. So how can people come and say the government is not communicating? If you say the government is not communicating, it just means that you are not listening. Or maybe you're reading Niccolo Machiavelli, and therefore your interpretation is guided by the kind of sinister motives. But if you were really listening, and you would have heard the government speak, you would have read the policy statement from the Minister of Information. Now, again, like I said, I ain't got nothing against Yeke, but neither do I fear Yeke. You know, Yeke does not inspire fear in somebody like me. But and therefore I can critique his conduct every step of the way. Now, a diplomatic solution to a land matter means that let's put right where right belong. Does Guinea own the land? Does Liberia own the land? That's what diplomacy seeks to resolve. So at the end of the day, whether it's Guinea or Liberia who own the land, the idea is that we must do what is right. Nations. However, you have a Liberian, formerly a Liberian lawmaker, making statements about a matter that involves his country, in whose parliament, the first branch of government, he recently sat, taking an obviously antagonistic position to his country, even before there have been formal conclusion and resolution of a diplomatic fiasco. Yeke has taken a side. Yeke has taken a side with Guinea. And he took a side with Guinea way before when he was still in parliament. That is unpatriotic. No matter our differences as Liberians or the parties we come from or whatever politics we have, especially if you are a statesman, when the matter of your country is brought to the fore, you do not start to digress and be running willy-nilly all over the place. You seek to resolve the matter. And when the matter is resolved, you can take a position. But clearly, Yeke has taken, I don't know whether he paid his own ticket or, as he claimed, he didn't get in walking about, or whether it was paid for, and being in Guinea and making these kinds of statements, a former representative, is so very unpatriotic. And maybe it is because of the politics. But I will urge the Machiavellian students that Liberia is bigger than political power. When our country is faced with these
Thank you very much,
let us forget about Machiavelli and our narrow political interests. Let's focus
Kayo,
on
thank you very much. We move. Thank you very much, Kayo. And let's close on this Yeke thing. We got a drugs conversation, other conversation. But just to add quickly, it's just fair to say you can scream, you can use all your terminology. Now I'm saying pivot into Kayo statement. If everybody listens to Kayo very clearly, he's a wise Nicholas Machiavelli. He is.
We know
you wasn't interrupted, Chief. Allow us to flow now. Kayo said whether the land belongs to Guineans or Liberian, that's what diplomatic thing is about. Something telling me that Richardson, people have realized that maybe and only maybe after all the diplomatic talk and this thing fall on the side of Guinea, they will say, well, the diplomatic situation, we solve it on a diplomatic level. Emmanuel George, listen to the wise Machiavelli. Kayo back by that.
Right. And then he also says a diplomatic fiasco. Like what can you also say?
Diplomatic fiasco. You gotta understand. something is turning here, but I will let my own go. Because but no, we'll come to you later on, Conor Gray. You refuse to speak. Well, let's bring you Winfred Bangira.
It looks like you're resolved not to bring me on.
No, we gave you the chance to speak. You said no. We gave you the chance. We gave you the chance to speak. We gave you the chance to speak. You said no.
I want to reclaim my time.
But Conor Gray had the time, and you say he never wanted to speak.
No, I said I don't know where Yeke was.
Conor Gray, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was still mentioning that, Yeke is nothing but an agent provocateur. He's trying to dig into, he tried the first time, he was not successful. A man who is a guest to the president, that's now he's going to be languishing at the airport, looking all around like he'll be received, well received. I didn't see any of that. And then furthermore, now he's jumping, bouncing here and there. We will see how Mbaka can't explain anything. That's the Yeke strategy. He's trying to go into somebody else so that he can provoke you to the end where Yeke is looking for relevance. You know what? The first strategy he tried, he lost. He has been expelled. Now he's finding a way for them to hustle him so that he can say, "Oh, use that for political strategy." That man's not in Guinea. I dare him. It's not. If it's in Guinea, it's not a guest to any president. Yeke is finding a way for them to, for that man just went back to his family in Ghana, and I bet him to disprove me. It's not in Guinea. Don't let him be calling you and be fooling us. We're not eating our senses here, man.
Thank you. Brother Bangira, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Stanton, it's good to be here. Hi to the panelists. I will start at the outset to say, what is Yeke's motivation? What is it that inspires him? What is all this about? Let's assume that he's in Guinea. Why is he in Guinea? Is he a Guinean or is he a Liberian? Is Yeke motivated by violence? Does he want chaos? Does he want clash between the two sister republics? Just exactly what is driving Yeke? This is very fundamental. It's very critical to understand. To me, it's a first starter. We would like to know that. Patriotism carries with it a deep emotional sense of connectedness. It carries with it a sense of devotion, loyalty, commitment to one's own country. If you want to add nationalism to that, it carries the idea that one's nation is superior to any other nation. Therefore, one is prepared to defend it. So one's identity is tied to your own mother's land. Now, if there is what appears to be a misunderstanding between the two sister republics, Yeke has crossed the border. He's in Guinea. Why is he there? What is his motivation? And the statements he continues to make, extremely inflammatory. I do not see any ounce of patriotism in them. I do not see any iota of nationalism in them. I do not see them. And I'm beginning to become increasingly concerned about what is driving him. I think somebody should advise him. If he is a Guinean and he wants to seek Guineans' interest over the country he says he belongs to, then we all need to know. Clearly, his deportment, attitude, and loyalty really does not appear to belong to Liberia. And let me also state clearly.
Can we hold you right there? Because Yeke want to say something real quick. Let's hold you right there, please.
Okay.
Yeke, go ahead.
Stanton, I just listened to Conor Gray that looking for DE work, say I'm not in Guinea, right? When I say my passport then, I mean my ticket then will be proven I'm in Guinea, Stanton.
We hear you, Yeke. We can hear you. Go ahead.
If I send you my ticket and you put it up there, will be proven, you will be convinced I'm in Guinea.
Yeah, if you want to send it, you can send it.
Can you be convinced? No, I see how you can be convinced I'm in Guinea.
No. We don't want to hold the time. Go ahead, you can make your point, please.
No, but Bella in the wheelbarrow. Let me tell you so you can tell me so I can prove it out again.
Send the picture with you and the Guinean president. Send the picture.
Go ahead, you can.
It's central. Let me say my ticket right now. You put it up there so the public can. Yeah.
All right.
Put my ticket up.
Guys, can you please stop interrupting? I have a quiet show. Finish up, and we'll bring in Dr. Bopler and Tamba Aguilas. We got to move on to our other issue. Mr. Bangura, can you please finish up?
So finally, there appears to be a sense of the spice for diplomacy on this set. I stand corrected. I repeat, there appears to be a sense of the spice for diplomacy. That means it appears that there are people on this panel who do not like the idea of diplomacy. They like the idea of war, chaos, and violence. This message continues to come across. Now, that is not going to happen. Diplomacy is a tool of foreign policy, wherein countries settle disputes, they build alliances, and they do not resort to violence. And this is exactly the path that this government has chosen. This country has tasted war, and under President Boakai, Liberia is going to start a war no more.
Thank you.
If there are people here who are interested in chaos and violence as a means of coming to power, that is not going to happen. We want to disabuse your mind. Diplomacy is a process. It takes time, but in the end.
But Gura, I don't think you mean on this show. Everybody have the right to their opinion. That's what
I'm not questioning that either. I'm saying this is what
we just asking since the incident took place. Can I ask you a question, Chief? Since the incident took place, the president spoke once. Jeremy Pierre came up and spoke a lot of BS, and nobody knows what's going on. People from the border, maybe some of your family members or your friends, relative, and they're complaining, and they're saying the Guineans taking their homes, right? Reporters not allowed to report. No video, no picture. The people calling and say, "Hey, we just built our homes." The Guineans sleeping in there and say it belongs to them because we built it on the Guinean property. That's what gave rise to this conversation. It is concerning when you have the leaders in government just quiet about the whole big thing about Guinea taking our country. So Yeke is in Guinea. Yeke said he's going to the border. Yeke said his plane ticket. I don't believe you. It's up to you if you want to believe. Yeke is in Guinea. I saw the hotel room. Yeke will be at the Liberia embassy in Guinea tomorrow. You can believe it or not, but Yeke is saying to you that he's going to the border from the Guinea side to enter the Liberia. Finalize your comment. Does that concern you in a which way?
It will be very concerning if what you stated is true. What you stated, if it is true, it will be very concerning. But what you need to know, and the good news is that that is not true. Guineans are not seizing any property from Liberian people. They're not sleeping in Liberian people's homes. They're not driving them out of that place. You spoke to the chiefs and the local leaders of the communities in Lofa. It was played on many radio stations and including the social media. There is no report that Guinean troops, Guinean soldiers are living in the homes of Liberians. There's no such report. So if Yeke wants to be the new peace,
so you said no such report, Brother Bangura. Do we have the Guineans occupying the Liberian land in Liberia? Are they there though?
What we know is that the Guineans are still at that border.
Yes, or no? They are.
We know that they are at the border points.
Do you know how far in they are into Liberian land? Do you know?
They are at the border point.
Do you know how far into Liberia they are?
How far is the border point?
I'm asking you. You say what I said was wrong. I want to play you some video because I want to hold you to be corrected.
Okay, so
you got to understand. You got to understand, Bangura. Even when they raised the flag, and later they brought down the flag, do you know that office space and the homes around there belongs to Liberia? Do you know that? Have you seen that video?
I saw the video. Good. That point is the border point.
It's a border point. Do you know before you come onto that point, you got homes Before you get to that point from the water side, you get homes in the middle between that. Do you know that?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the people aspire to that,
because the video I saw, you will pass by homes and you will pass through,
you are doing exceptionally well, and I'm not going to argue with you. But people that live at the border disputing your own thing because they're feeling the pain. And when you have a government that just on the hush and cannot speak to this issue, that the media asks them to, it is concerning, right? Because it's been 3 months and they are not speaking, right? They are like 800 meters into Liberia, 800 meters into Liberia. You are in Liberia. You're a very well educated man. Just take a ride to the border and see whether the John Security will allow you. Tamba, let's hear you. Welcome to the show. Let's hear you on this Yeke thing. We got to make a move. We got to move on.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. So I wanted to end my commentary to Yeke, and he's still listening. Whether Yeke is a self-appointed peacemaker or whether he's a wannabe traitor. And here's why I'm going to say why he's pretending like a wannabe traitor. We have an historical relationship with Guinea, wherein we know that people born along the borders of those countries can choose loyalty on either side of the border. I don't know which village Yeke is from specifically in the Zilikwere area or Zozo area, but Yeke probably is from one of the border towns. So Yeke has to know exactly where his loyalty lies. Even though we are not in Guinea, we are not in conflict with Guinea, but where we are having a border dispute, you as a sitting lawmaker, a recent former lawmaker, your patriotism has to be unshakable and undeniable. And then the final thing I wanted to say, Stanton, before Yeke went up is that if Yeke, as a free citizen, he can travel anywhere. He can pass through the Foya border, through Makona, and he comes. And I know those places very well. When he stops in Gegedu, then he can come through Foya, right? That's through the Makona. When he goes to Ganta, then he got to go through JK. That's where we have the bridge. And that's about 280 miles between one point to another in Guinea. Guinea is very vast. If Yeke is coming as a peaceful citizen, he has no problem. But if Yeke is going to be a security risk, then he'll be dealt with. We have confidence in our military, in our security apparatus. Liberia may be a small country, and I don't believe in Machiavellianism. I believe in Mandelaism. Liberia is a small country, but we are confident that if push comes to shove, we can defend ourselves. And Yeke can intimidate our people. So the message to the people of the border regions, continue to go about your businesses, continue to do your farming, continue to do your trade. Yeke is just one person. Yeke, as a peaceful citizen, he can travel back and forth, nobody bother him. But if Yeke breaks the law, then Yeke will be dealt with. Thank you.
Dr. Bubla, welcome to the show. Let's hear you, sir.
Thank you. It's good to be on the show, as always. Good evening to all my friends. Good evening to Liberians and friends of Liberia who watch, listen, all across this country and around the world. Thank you. Let's stay engaged. We have a problem at our border. It's a cross-border conflict between our country and our brothers and sisters across the border in Guinea. It's a situation that needs to be resolved, that our government has said they're doing what they can diplomatically. The process, and it's been a while, the government using diplomatic means is doing absolutely not just the right thing at this time, but the best thing. We're not going to war. We don't plan to go to war. We will divert that resources to help move our people out of poverty. That's wisdom. That's common sense too. So I applaud the government for taking diplomatic means. That's the best way forward. Now, have we handled this right? No.
The biggest challenge, I think, is that we haven't communicated properly. At this point, we need to get some clarity. Fellow Liberians, yes, where we are. We've been talking to our neighbors. We're working on some stuff. We're here, we're there. In the meantime, go about your business. People at the border, so and so and so, so and so and so. We don't get that kind of thing. We mostly get something when the press asks. I would like the government to be ahead and in front. Having said that, though, I wonder what is the objective of our friend, Yeka Koluwa. I struggle to find what his objective is. So is it he's trying to prove something? If so, what is it? He makes the comment. He says, President Bokar knows fully well that land belonged to Guinea. Okay, then bring the evidence that the president knows fully well. If so, what is the goal? What are you trying to do? Are you now advocating? Is this a justice matter for Yeka Koluwa? And if it is, I tell you, it would be very confounding for Liberians, for a man who was just in the first branch of government, enjoying all the perks and privileges and power ascribed unto him by the Liberian people. And then today you are talking, this is not for us, it's for them. Well, let's assume you're right. Let the process work. Let the people in power do what they're supposed to do and advocate for the country. I don't know that what he's doing is helpful to himself. I don't know it's helpful to Guinea. It sure is not helpful to Liberians. So let the government get on this, get ahead of this, and communicate better with our people. And let's go about our business. At the end of the day, Liberia will be just fine.
And guys, thank you very much for this round of conversation on the Yeka issue. It's very important to know that. I think I will agree with all of you because the issue is on. But my position here is that the government not speaking and not speaking regularly to the issue is concerning. Anyone can go to Guinea. Guinea is open for business. Liberia is open for business. And just to add though, this matter concerning Yeka expulsion is still in the Supreme Court. Yeka remain representative today. You cannot say he's not a representative, or you can say because you want to say with an intent of playing politics. They have not made the seat vacant, Dr. George. Yeka took his matter and prayed to the court, right? And he prayed to the full bench. The decision have not yet come because the court will return in the October term, I believe. So Yeka remain a representative, Yeka Koluwa, till we have the final whistle, and the final whistle is blown. And then where Jacob, I'm not missing this thing. We have the lawyer on this show saying Yeka is a former representative when you know the matter is still at the court. How can you just give us wrong information legally and you know that you should be respected of the court? There's no decision that the court has shown Yeka complaint out. Yeka remains represented. Yeka Koluwa, the House of Representative, will not make that seat vacant till they receive the final information from the Supreme Court. Full bench, we must add. And I think anybody, you guys that went to law school, you can question that or you can argue with me. But I hold this position because I believe that it is true that Yeka remain a representative. I also like to say on this show, this is Yeka ticket. He sent it to us. You can dispute it. You can say this is an AI, whatever you think. Yeka is in Guinea. He doesn't have to do this. Sometimes if we do this politics thing, we should do it with some, fairness. But there you go. That's Yeka ticket. You can zoom in. You will see his name, his departure, his arrival, and all those dates. And he's there. The Yeka 4 ticket. Okay, check in from Conakry at 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Check in from Accra 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Everything is there. That's Yeka ticket. You can figure it out. On that note, I'd like to say to all of you, we rest with the Yeka story. It's good to have this conversation, guys. Thank you for joining us. We move. It's 10:11 in Liberia. We'll make progress. If you have any comment, you can do it at your own will and pleasure. Another place I want us to go today is the drugs issue in our country. But before we do that, yesterday we started with some stories, some of you guys that were absent. When we brought up this topic, that Sarah Besloyanti asked the European Union that they should recall the press, not the press, the ambassador. It's very clear to note, I about to put this letter in the chat room for all of you to see and read, that the reason why the letter that was given is very important. And thank God to our sources that Spoon can put, you know, we can reach out and we can have this letter for you guys on the show. So this is the letter that was sent by Sarah Besler, but it was signed by one of the ministers in the absence of Sarah Besloyanti, right? I want you to see, I'm putting this in the chat room. But two things on this letter. Let me share this letter quickly for you guys to take a look. This is the letter that they wrote to the European Embassy. Yes, they wrote this letter to the European Embassy asking that they should recall this lady. I just put the letter in the chat room, guys. Please don't strain your eyes, but you can read it. Just 2 copies quickly. If you look at this, the foreign ministry, they are not using the original address. And I think, Emmanuel George, there's a reason for this. And if you guys know, you'll let us know. And Jacob Jala, you should be informed of this likewise. They are saying member, United Nations Security Council 2026 to 2027. But they are not saying foreign ministry. Our diplomatic expert, people that are on the foreign service, they are concerned. You cannot use this if you're writing a letter on behalf of the government of Liberia. They said this is wrong. And those of you that are out there that ever like Kanye that were trying to go to the UN, maybe he can explain further. Though it didn't work, but he can explain. They said, Madam Kowu Kalas, High Representative of the Union of Foreign Allies and Security Policy. Take your time to read this. But if you read the letter complaining, this lady, the letter is in the chat room, complaining depressed, no, not depressed. 10 days ago, they recall her. They gave reason why she was recalled. People say, Stanton, I was able to get my head on 2 of the reasons, just 2, quickly. And you can add to it though. I giving you guys a chance briefly to read this because I want us to discuss it. So if you read it, that's fine. We can move on. I just want you guys to read it. It is very important. You look at the 3rd and 4th paragraph. Look at the 3rd and 4th paragraph. They got 3 important reasons. 3 important reasons. They're asking that she should be recalled. All right, I know this is what made Makavidi ready. He loved it. He's smiling. This is his area. Let's look at the 3rd paragraph here, what I put the letter up, and then maybe we can speak to this letter. The 2nd paragraph.
I think for the good of the public, especially since we're just reading it, maybe read the paragraph.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do, Dr. Poplar.
Yeah, okay, good. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So I think this is the 3rd. They said, during several engagement with officials of the government of Liberia, as well as in private conversation with key investment partners and stakeholders, the head of delegations has reportedly made a number of derogatory remarks concerning the leadership and institution. 1, let's just skip forward. Derogatory remarks concerning the leadership and institution of the Liberia state. These comments, brought to the attention of the ministry through multiple credible channels, misrepresent the functioning of the government of Liberia and risks undermining its reputation in diplomatic and investment cycle. Let's go to the next paragraph. And they were very, very concerned of this one particular instance. Of particular concern are remarks reportedly made to a permanent investor named with her. We know that investor name, and we remember that. during the Liberia EU Business Forum held from 24th to 25 February 2026. In that exchange, the head of delegation allegedly asserted that the vice president is personally discharging the responsibility that are not under his remit. This is important. Say that what Nuna said. The vice president is discharging his duties and functions that he shouldn't be discharging, and therefore is their relation of duty, if you want to add that to it. But listen, and that he is in control of the money and energy sectors with the new Minister of Mines and Energy. Let's hold on to those two paragraphs. And this is the claim of the European ambassador. And they are saying that because of these and many more, they should recall her. That the vice president is in charge of the mining sectors in the country. I want to pause on this and give you guys a chance for us to go through it. We can read the rest of the letter, but this is breaking. These are some of the reasons the Sarah Beslow recall Nunez depressed. Let's start with you, Dr. Richardson. We can come to you later, either or let us know as you stay reading. On this two paragraph, Dr. Richardson, you were off yesterday when we discussed this issue. Talk to us.
Yeah, I'm still reading the paragraph, but I think it's important to note that the Liberian government is complaining about the derogatory remarks that was made about the president, and also the fact that the vice president is in control of the lands and mines area. So the Liberian government is saying that this European person should be recalled because they made derogatory remarks against the president. That's where I am so far. I'm still trying to decipher what's going on here. It's a long letter, so yes, that's where I am.
And I know, sorry, it just came, so don't hold me. I just have to share, and we just got to break this news, right? Let's go to you quickly before we go to Kanye. Dr. George, I want to bring you in here. You've been on the ride, different countries, seeing things happening. Her argument, Dr. George, that Jeremiah Kum, the vice president, is in control of the mining sector, the concession sectors. Her argument that the president had given Jeremiah Kum those, something that he, the president, should take control of. Just talk to us.
Stanton, when we read these kinds of letters, it's disheartening. In fact, today I had an almost 1 hour conversation with someone who were revealing to me things that are happening in our government that is very frightening. Very, very frightening. Look, when you are an ambassador, not even an ambassador, many of you here have served in this capacity before. You prepare briefs. When investors are coming to a foreign country, they want to hear from the ambassadors. You prepare work notes for those people. In the former government, let me not say the former, in one of our governments, a friend of mine was working in Ghana with an investor. Before the investor went to Liberia, they reached out to me. The investor left Liberia, they sent me a brief. And that brief was very frightening also as to how the interaction as compared to the brief we had before they left and the brief we had when what they observed when they got in country. Why will you get angry when an investor from Europe is asking his ambassador to brief him on a country before he enters the country? Second, when the European Union gives you money, I'm glad, because what is in this letter is just what my source spoke to me about today. There is private conversation between government officials and the European Union. And in that private conversation, the ambassadors normally tell the government official how the government feels about the monies they are spending in Liberia. And I understood from this person that this lady have always made that remark to previous government and to this government before about monies being invested in Liberia, and the European Union is not receiving the outcome of the monies. Now we have a government that is getting angry because an ambassador in a private conversation is telling government officials the truth. As I said last night on the show, is Monrovia not dirty? The European Union have given us 289 million euros within the last 5 years. They gave us budgetary support of up to $45 to $65 million. You don't expect them to speak to the money that they are giving you? And now
let me hold you there quickly, because we got to give everyone a chance here, right? Let's talk about what was given. You're talking about the 191 million euro for development project. It's right there, right? Working along with the IRS agenda. But I want to ask you though, she was very clear. She pointed to the fact that she involved the vice president, right? And so the president is like dereliction of duty, right? Giving everything to the vice president. And this thing, when you talk about somebody running the concession in the energy sector, it put a fear of sanction in the minds of Liberians, and you know that. But this lady is very important to know. She's on her way to the African Union now to represent Europe. Liberia rejected her, but she will be the one, as a breaking news, I can tell you guys now, she will be representing Europe on the African Union. And here we go saying, she said it was a bad thing while in Liberia. Now she's going to say to all of the African country, it is a bad thing to do business with Liberia. Sarah didn't like that. Maybe Jeremiah Kuhn didn't like that. And guess what happened? They said, we don't want you in our country. Let's talk about the content of those paragraphs about George.
Yeah, but
is it concerning within the European community? Do you think just in 10 days they're sending her now to African Union?
Oh yeah, it will be of concern. It will be a concern if she's a respectable diplomat. It will be a concern if her previous, because I'm reading that she been a diplomat at the higher level for 20 years. She came from Nepal before she came to Liberia. She has done a lot of tours in West Africa. So yes, if she's someone of integrity and someone that is respected, it will affect us. It's definitely going to affect us. It's going to feed back to us. Because again, this government is putting out this aggressive posture that every one of us are seeing. Let us note. Let me make this note in our close. There is nothing wrong with our foreign minister asking this lady to a conference and confirming with her or sharing with her the information on whether how they call it, Vice President Kuhn is in charge of the investments. And there's nothing wrong if the president delegates that authority to the vice president. And she's speaking it openly. Maybe she needed to be educated that there's a reason why the president delegates this thing to the vice president. But can they ask themselves this question? The CTM agreement that they signed for the 25 years, did the president consented to that signature, Mr. President? Can you all tell us that you, Mr. President, consented when that CTM agreement was signed? It is those signals that those people receive. It is those type of intelligence they receive. And when they receive those kind of intelligence, they question as to whether the president is actually in charge. When things are happening around the president, we have no knowledge about it.
We hold you there. I'm going to bring in Kanyo. Kanyo, let's hear you before we bring the rest of the guys. Kanyo, you're reading through the letter. What's your takeaway?
Well, thank you, Stanton. It's interesting that before we have the opportunity to offer our comments, that the Machiavellians have already started their spin. And we know what the spin is intended to achieve. Niccolo Machiavelli was obsessed with politics and attaining power through devious means. So those who are his students and who apply his philosophy to everyday life we're not surprised at the way they will arrive at conclusions. And we understand that. It's just such a pity that a fine man like Mr. Cummings will have to entertain advice and counsel from Machiavellians. I mean, it's a pity. But to the matter at hand, this letter, right, about Nona the Press, assuming that it is authentic, because I always like to play on the safe side. I'm not a Machiavellian, so I like to play on the safe side. I like to play above board, right? Assuming that it's authentic, because of course, it's not written on the official letterhead of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but of course we are also a UNSC a member, and that platform is also a very important platform. So it could be that the letter was written on that platform. So operating on the presumption that the letter is authentic, I think what has been raised is quite normal in diplomatic relations. It's quite normal in the interaction of states. It's quite normal for those who have studied public international law and within the contours of how diplomats engage when they have been accredited or designated to independent republics, even though we collaborate and we receive support because of the community of nations. But there are certain conducts that are prescribed about how we engage. And it does not take away from that respect and that conduct that's expected of a diplomat. Now, again, I'm in team. If the letter is authentic, what the letter is raising is conduct unbecoming of a diplomat. That is what the letter is raising. Now, again, if the letter is authentic, if the facts or the circumstances asserted in the letter in regards to Madame du Preez's conduct is also authentic, then it's quite, a worrying scenario. Because Liberia, under Madame Baslow, under President Boakai, has been steadily rebuilding international diplomatic credibility. And we've seen it so far. The platforms that Liberia has been offered, the attainment of the UNSC, the attraction of the UN health support, all of these plaudits have arrived because we've been rebuilding our diplomatic standing internationally. Now, all of this is being put at risk. It's being put at risk, assuming what the letter has asserted is true, assuming that the letter is authentic. Then it
don't look at our document on the show to say no. Listen now, can you let get each other respect here now? Can you wait 1 minute? Let me pause you, brother. The show that you sit on, present a document. You will sit on CNN and say, assuming the document is authentic, assuming the document is true. Seriously, we get people that verify this document and they are true. It's very clear. It is written. Stop saying, assuming that it is true. So it means that you are undercutting, undermining the show that you're sitting on, that we are not credible. So let's try to adjust this and address this accordingly. Okay? No, with all respect to you, my brother, these documents are true. We will not run it. It was signed right there by the Haitian minister. Her name is Etta Davis. It was stamped. Stop saying, assuming that it was true. It's a credible thing on the part of the network that you sit on. So I beg to move. You can continue, sir.
Thank you. I note your remonstrations. However, this is my response. No one or no platform is infallible. Spoon is on record for having issued a document and recalled it. In fact, quite recently, there was a document that was introduced on the page regarding a particular matter. And I
will interrupt you. When those things happen, we come back and make the net. CNN will come back and make correction. But you cannot sit as as a panelist on the show and say, assuming it is true, because you have one in the medium when somebody posted from the network on the page. You are wrong. Let's adjust ourselves and respect our program we sit on. We will not bring a fake document that represents the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You are wrong to do so. And I will ask that you continue, sir.
Stanton, again, I'm surprised that you take offense. My position
serious one. I take serious offense. Yeah, but it's not to you only. It's not to you only, but it's to you and others that will sit on the show. And you and others on the show, when we go about to look for news and find documents that will be relevant to the program, and you sit on the show and say, well, I would discredit this information to say that assuming that it is true. It better you don't speak on it than to speak on it believing that assuming that it is true. You are wrong. To get these documents, they are not easy.
You are the one saying I am discrediting the document. I did not say I was discrediting the document. I am premising my comments on a document. And therefore, as a lawyer, I will issue a caveat that based on the assumption that this document is authentic, I don't think you should take offense. You
just corrected yourself. Words have meanings. You just corrected yourself. But my man, the back and forth, let's leave it. Okay. Bring one document here to make news out of it, and we'll respect the document when you share it. But go ahead, let's finish up. Yeah.
Thank you,
I think you got the message. Yeah.
Thank you for respecting my freedom of speech. Thank you. That's why we love Spoon. Spoon can entertain different opinions. But like I was saying earlier, right? This is normal. I see Doug laughing. This is normal diplomatic relations. And the color of that woman's skin and the country she comes from should not, differentiate how we engage diplomatically. When a diplomat is assigned to a country, there are modes of engagement. When you observe certain things that you may consider to be, unsavory, not the right thing, there are diplomatic channels to communicate. We are a sovereign country. Yes, we are a poor country, but we are a sovereign country. And we deserve the same respect. So if those are valid issues, we communicate diplomatically and we help to improve the situation. But to the extent that that information then starts to undercut our potential to improve our country, then I think it can be problematic. And I think this is normal diplomatic maneuvering wherein you say this is becoming a problem for our country. I think that's how I see it. Not as a Machiavellian, but as a
okay. Put somebody in there. All right, thank you, Kanye.
To see his country prosper. When President Boga spent all the time
thank you very much.
Credibility, then we go to an EU business forum where we want to attract investment to employ Liberians.
Kanye, thank you very much. Kanye, let me ask you a quick question. I'm afraid to ask you, but I have to ask you. She's served as EU ambassador. You went for an EU summit. The truth must be told to EU investors. And she told them exactly what they've been documenting. You get very hot because of that one. You mad and say we don't want you because you say what she said. Let's look at Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn. Jeremiah Kuhn had the Putu Mountain negotiation. Jeremiah Kuhn visited B Mountain and he working with them through the newly appointed minister Timbe. Jeremiah Kuhn have gone to Asala Mitaha. Jeremiah Kuhn is involved with concessions and money. Dala. No, my question now for you. My question for you. My question now for you. My question for someone else. My question now for you. Let me bring in Colonel Gray. Colonel Gray, let's hear you, my brother. Welcome to the show, Isaac. Colonel Gray, let's hear you.
Stanton, I hope I'm loud enough, but one thing I would say, Just some part of last year, I want to say probably, Canada expelled few diplomats from India. Equally, South African diplomat Abraham Russell was expelled from the U.S. within national, all because they violated their diplomatic term. Even Ambassador Wei from China was also expelled from Russia. So diplomatic mixed feelings sometimes exist because that's what the field represent. When a diplomat who chooses to go rogue start to talk about, the president did not highlight all of what the EU contributed to Liberia back in his annual speech. The annual speech is so narrow to the extent where it will not captivate everything. And for somebody to go wild because the president did not highlight certain things that her mission fulfilled, and then begin to take that now as though the government was covering up. And I think that individual, the relationship, look, diplomatic relationships are cordial relationship between the host country and the representation wherever they come from. So if she's going to use that now as a yardstick to go elsewhere, like other places she's going to be deployed, because firstly, it looks bad on her record. If I'm a soldier and then I was dishonorable discharged and then somebody gave me a job elsewhere, it doesn't make me a credible person either. So you have to be able to look that this is going to go into a diplomatic file, that wherever she tried to justify whether or not it's accurate, I mean, it's going to follow her. But she went rogue. Having other people coming in, knowing about Liberia, she there, undermining. That is based on the letter that I'm reading. And I joined Mr. Ballard to say if it is authentic, because yesterday I saw a document spelling Heathrow Airport in England in a different way, but that was it. Look, we applaud you for going after some of this document, and Stanton, you've been at this for some time, but equally it's the right of other individual to hold on to the authenticity as to whether it's credible or not. But I mean, whenever you bring this kinds of discussion, it makes the headline. We're here to discuss it. But that lady, look, it's just one diplomat who probably wanted her ego to be reflected in a document, and it wasn't. She's gone. That's diplomatic relationship. And I can tell you that not because the EU is giving Liberia certain diplomatic emoluments or immunity, so therefore somebody must sit at the apex of our sovereignty. Look, she misbehaved, she's gone. Others come, they misbehave equally, they'll be gone. We are not sold our sovereignty. We have a relationship with other countries. If the ambassador near our capital, misbehave, they're gone too. That's how it is. As diplomacy.
Thank you. Colonel Great, thank you. Wilfred Bongura, let's hear you, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. Last night, we made it clear that clearly this is a normal practice in diplomacy, international affairs. And it will always happen. This is not the first. It's not going to be the last. It has happened around the world. It will continue to happen. When I listen to Dr. George praising this lady for what she did to the Republic, and I thought about, how about the possibility of letting that 1% grow to give them the country? What's going to happen? This lady committed a diplomatic blunder. In diplomacy, that was a misconduct. You do not do that. It's a rule-based system. It is governed by norms and ethics. You do not go to a foreign country and despise them and speak in a disparaging manner about the presidency, the vice presidency, and state institutions. You did a research, you said she has been in this field for 20 years. How come an ambassador who has practiced for 20 years will not take time to read the constitution of her host nation, but will now go on a rampage to begin to undermine, speak in a very mean way about the roles of the leaders of the state. She should have read the Constitution of Liberia. She would know the vice president's role, the president's role, everybody else's role. But you said maybe somebody should have educated her. Well, a diplomat who has been in this field for 20 years will not take some time out to read before criticizing. You think, Dr. George, this sovereign republic, however you see it, maybe you see it as, a banana farm or some kind of small garden. Anybody can come and say anything to us. We should just bow down to them and say, "All hail the king." That is a kind of, mentality of the hegemons. This is a republic. It would demand its respect in the Committee of Nations, in the international community, as long as we are part of this earth and we are part of the international system. We have got the right to send ambassadors. You think the Liberian ambassador will go to Brussels and make those kinds of disparaging statements in Brussels, and they will clap for them there, or give them ice cream, or invite them to dinner and say, "Well done"? It's not going to happen. They are not going to allow your ambassadors to do it in their countries to their leaders. Never, ever. Under the Vienna Convention of 1961, adopted by the UN on diplomatic relations, Article 9, this practice is clear. You can be PNG, personnel non grata, based on your misconduct. This is a serious misconduct. And if she got promoted or she was sent to another country, that's fine. The European Union will send another ambassador here. In Liberia, when you help us, we appreciate it. But you can't help us and come and you want to make us look bad. You look at the president's speech and you make all kinds of disparaging statements about it. And you look at the vice president, you don't even know his role. You don't even know the Liberian constitution. You don't know. Then you even meet investors. You are discouraging investors from coming to invest in the country. You are doing these things on our soil. You are talking to officials of the government. One second, please. Finally. You're talking to officials of our government, people of the diplomatic corps, business people. So discouraging everybody. So everybody should leave Liberia and leave. We should just go away. What was the purpose? So I thought that the government acted in her own best national interest to safeguard the national interest, safeguard the republic, and let the sending country to know that these norms clearly contravene what we all signed up to, and we will not accept that. So if you accept that in your government, I beg your pardon?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tamba?
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. We talked about it briefly yesterday, and what I said is that while Liberia or Liberian government should always be open to criticism and feedback, even from ambassadors and partners, when we go strictly by the laws of international diplomacy, there's a convention that was signed on diplomatic relations, I think, in Vienna in 1961. And that convention on diplomatic relations remains in existence today and guides a lot that happens in international diplomacy. Article 41 explicitly restricts interference into the affairs of the host country as an ambassador. But when I read this letter, for me, the allegation and the accusations against Ambassador Norman, all that she said raises alarm. She accuses the president of basically giving his power over to the vice president, and the vice president controlling the mining sector and the energy sector. She accused the president of not listing enough of the projects in his State of the Union address that are funded by the EU, so that's the lack of transparency, right? And lack of transparency in our society. She's saying that the president is not being truthful. She accused the president of a lot of other things. And then she went ahead and canceled the Liberia EU Brussels Business Conference, the second business conference that's supposed to happen this year or in the coming year. Whereas the messaging to our ambassadors there was that this was a success, we're going to do this again. And then when you go to share this information in private conversation with funders and investors, people who are looking to invest their money, you tarnish the country's reputation. And I think that's a concern here. Whether she's recalled now and she's gone, this is going to live in the briefs of the EU embassy. But here's my final thought on this. As an ambassador, there are channels, there are pathways. They call those, I think, private démarche. Démarche is a French word, to deal with criticism with your host country. If you have feedback for them, you have something you want to share with them, you deal through the back channels. You can call, ask for a meeting with the foreign minister to be able to register your frustration or your disagreement or your criticism that you want to offer. That's how you go about it. But when you come publicly and then you go to tarnish and repudiate the host nation in those kind of high-level meetings, it basically shows that then you have taken a side and you put yourself in a persona non grata column. And that's what happened to Mrs. Norman. Look, our country, our president always continue to listen, but those coming to serve also should serve within the bounds and rules of the convention that regulates international diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tamai. Dr. Popley.
Thunder, I read the letter and the issues that were raised. Clearly, we're in relationship with the EU. One of our big partners, 56 million euro budget support, that's about 65 million US dollars. That's not loan, that's grant. Meaning you don't pay it back, they give you the money. But it doesn't matter how much you give to the country, you don't have a right to just speak ill about the country. Now, I'm a big proponent of speaking the truth, but not everything that's lawful is beneficial. And diplomats will know that in particular, because that's the line of work. You go and you have a conference with the appropriate person and say, listen, X, Y, and Z, A, B, C. In fact, you have the more authority to do so because you're a big contributor. You're not a bystander. You got skin in the game, like they say. Investment here. But I didn't see that in the letter. What I also didn't see in the letter, though, is where to call her for conference. I'm not a diplomat, but I would think that if a diplomat is running loose and saying things that could be detrimental, that could be discouraging of investors, I would call that diplomat and say, listen, we hear X, Y, Z. What is going on? I didn't see that in the letter. Maybe I missed it. I didn't see it in the letter. So to me, that's one way to mitigate stuff. You go right to the source and say, we heard X, Y, and Z, A, B, C. What says you? I didn't hear that. So moving forward, that should be part of the resolution of these unfortunate situations. If somebody talking stuff that's not helpful to our development efforts, you call them and you talk to them. And now you're in a good place. You understand the mindset. They may say, I ain't said nothing, or they may say, yeah, I said it because of X, Y, Z. Puts us in a better position, mitigate or to solve problems. I think at the end of the day, Liberia will always do what's best for Liberia. And that's how it's supposed to be, because every country operates based on their own national interests. If the government feels like this person's position is not helpful to the relationship, the government has a right to actively recall. However, we should not gloss over whatever it is that we need to look at. And oftentimes, you miss that opportunity to learn from what people are saying, see how it affects you. I think the government has an opportunity. Even you say go, but ask yourself, is there anything this person said that's true? Is it helpful? Is there something we can change and be in a better position? So the next person going to recall, it will send somebody else. The next person come, we're not in the same situation. Thank you, Stanton.
Dr. Bubla, thank you. Welcome to the show, as you do.
So
the Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn would not listen to people talking on the show because he knows that he has political future ahead of him. Can anyone help me with a wrong in what the ambassador said? Forget her portfolio as being ambassador. What is the wrong in what she said? Anything. What is the disparaging statement? What is the wrong in what she said? It is surprising to see people who you thought could have known so much say these kind of things. I want to believe almost all of us here have been privileged at least to work other places on earth outside of Liberia. I give you an instance. In a certain capacity that I serve, I manage the Minnesota East Market. My reporting is used to determine market shares, etc. Investors depend on that reporting to make investing decisions. Once upon a time, there is information I don't report. And that information leads to an investor making an investment into something that is not real. Oh, what will Isaac do be in the future? He will go through a lot of big problems. The woman that is representing the European Union should not tell potential investors of the situation in the country to which she is representing them. That's what somebody's saying on the show. Wow. Who told you I don't want investors in my country? I do want hundreds and thousands of them to come. Take your head off and put yourself in the shoe of this woman. An investor comes here, wants to get in the mining sector, and then notices that the vice president is the one controlling that sector. The investor turns around, says, Madam Ambassador, why didn't you let us know that in this country, the vice president plays a key role in this sector for which we didn't know? Why will somebody on the show say? Amen. The vice president will not listen to people here. He got good political future. You know, sometimes we come on this show and say these things, not because we are the most educated, we are proud of what we've achieved, but because we know the truth of these things will come. Like I've always said, running a government is different from outside. Government is official, serious business. To see a vice president overtaking a certain sector, the picture it sends is that sector is being politicized because a vice president is a political candidate. That's the reason why the ministers and the technicians are left to handle the sector, because it needs to be managed by technocrats and not politicians. And somebody don't want to say, oh, Mr. Vice President, you need to look through the mirror. Let's assume this lady left Liberia and gone. Or you think all of the people in the EU don't have it in the back of their mind what is going on in Liberia? You think so? Did she really say bad about the country? Or giving the actual picture of what is happening? My brother, Tamba, to end, you got Liberia flag behind you. Why shouldn't I tell someone that you were on the show with Liberian flag behind you? Is it a bad thing? I'm only giving the realistic picture of what it is. If indeed having Liberia flag is a bad thing, your friend would then tell you, my man, you need to have that flag behind you. But to come and say, why this lady gave an accurate reporting of what is going on in Liberia is disparaging the nation? Hey, Alan, start at end.
Yeah, thank you very much, Astor. It's very important for us to add, though. She said a lot of stuff. And before we come to you, Brother Jacob, you know, if you just read the first paragraph in this line, it's scary to the core. For those of you that celebrated and say it was right that Sarah kicked her out, I understand that. She will be representing the EU at the African Union, where big things happen. She will be speaking out. And the Liberian government, you know, Ambassador Hector Davis, I don't want to go into Ambassador Davis on the story, you know, from my Ellington, what she did, and the sent her to South Africa, and they took her from South Africa. I don't want to go into a story, right? But the Liberian government, say in addition, and most disturbing, in the allegation made by ambassadors, the press, that the presidency is not transparent. Check out that the presidency is not transparent. This is big. This is from one ambassador to the rest of the European unions. They are telling investors, hey, not only that it's dereliction of duty that the president asked Jeremiah Kun to be all over, they are saying, but the president said it's not transparent. What is she saying? We gave you 1.9 million, 191 million euro. Guess what? You ain't said nothing about it. How you use the money, you don't tell us. When we ask for feedback, you get fair with us. She said the president said, no. But go ahead, don't run. Come back. Don't take that phone call. Come back. Don't run, but go ahead. I know who calling you. Don't run. She said the presidency is not, no, this is a uniqueness of an ambassador. She's speaking. That's what you do as an ambassador. They're not society club, they're not cha-cha and hey, they're on the hush-hush. That's why they're destroying Liberia. Because the annual message of the president did not include all. Check out, I want to bring you on this one. It said all of what we give Liberia. Just a bugger and government has some. And they only post more outside. Because then what the other one? The people are investigating the money and the donations and the grants and the loans and the charity or contribution. They are investigating. Check out. Let's see. America, we're in trouble now. Europe, we're in trouble. They send a woman. They say, you know what? You don't want. We saw the African Union. You go ahead, you go for it. That what she will run her mouth to all of the other countries then we got people that say, nah, yeah, and say, let a woman go that normal thing. Who tell you say persona non grata that normal thing? And not normal. And not normal. But Jacob, talk to me, man. Talk to us. Talk to us, Jacob.
Yes, yeah, thanks. I have to take a quick break. But I think the only thing is that, let me start from here. I don't see a level of consistency and across governments. I mean, even in the previous government, including this government, the Joe Biden government, we've always had, if you look at the history of this country, even our recent history, ambassadors, you know, from powerful geopolitical sections of, you know, of the world participating and meddling in our economy. I mean, where the line is drawn in Liberia between powerful partners like the European Union and the U.S. government can be so difficult to see. You know, where lines should not be crossed. I mean, we had Ambassador McCarthy when he was ambassador of U.S. government to Liberia, who was very much frontal and very much sharp about criticizing government of Liberia, even under Mr. Weah. And we've seen other ambassadors in the past. And I think the EU delegation, the EU people, you know, they are a huge development partners in Liberia. I mean, I used to work at the Ministry of Youth and Sport at the time, and I know I worked on the EU EU projects and EU funding towards the youth sector, TVET and all of that. So they've been a huge development partner historically in Liberia. So my issue here is that it doesn't look good to me to see a major development partner like the EU and the Liberian government, drawing diplomatic first blood, like to the extent of sending a letter that is even close to a letter of persona non grata or an EU ambassador. So I think Her Excellency Cyril Berselot-Yantia is now managing the diplomatic relation quite effectively to that level. I think this was something that could have been prevented, with back channel discussions and ensuring that they do everything possible to ensure that they were all on the same page diplomatically, rather than writing such a letter that will lead to, of course, the withdrawal or the recall of a EU partner. That doesn't look very good for our diplomatic relationship with the European Union. Because I asked the question, in case this was the US ambassador, for example, who behaved like this, were we going to write such a letter to Washington calling for the recall of a US ambassador? That would seem to me like diplomatic suicide from our end. I don't think a Liberian president would do. I don't think Joe Boca would have done that. Now, why are they doing that now for the EU ambassador? So I think there's something going wrong there at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Cyril Berselot-Yantia started on a good note, but I think things are going quite wrong with the Guinea incursion and now the EU thing. We see that with the Nigerian government, with the pastor there. I think she probably need to rediscover her tactics again and begin to do better. I think things are going very wrong on the diplomatic foreign policy note. That one point I'll make. The next point I'll make quickly, still is again, I'll be very much interested in also investigating other aspect of the ambassador conduct, because I heard somebody say on the show that she participated in counseling the EU on an investment forum that was to be held in Brussels. And I think the government clarified to her the role of the vice president in the mining sector and all of that. So I don't know why, relations are going straight in that way. And I don't know whether she actually did that. If she did that, then that looked very bad. Because, of course, as a country, we're in dire need of investment. We need all the support that we need, that is required as a country right now to invest in the critical sectors, to create jobs and create the prosperity that we need as a country. So I just think that we haven't really managed the situation properly, to the extent that we have to go to almost an action that's close to a persona non grata.
You know what? Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for all your contribution. We get about 27 minutes.
Can I respond to this gentleman that couldn't make the comment without calling my name?
Sure, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very
much.
Why
the most special response? You say your own, say only one response.
Because you call my name. I appreciate.
I never called your name. I didn't call your name.
Your typing memo of the crack of my name.
Also, the minute Machiavelli, eh?
Yeah,
So don't buy candy. But stand up. Bangura goes around toasting all these convention numbers and try to boost the audience that he has so much intelligence of everything. But he seems to misunderstand that diplomatic communication is protected by the Vienna Convention, which perhaps he did not read when he was in school or when he's teaching his students. But this point I want to make clear. Your letter is clear, very clear. Your letter, paragraph 3, started doing several engagements with government officials. This lady made no statement public. She was engaging government officials. That's what your letter is saying. Your letter is also saying she had a private meeting with an investor. Bangura, I'm struggling to understand how you succeed as deputy minister if you were traveling to foreign countries and they did not brief you. Look, when I went to the, I won't talk about this here, but we received briefing on everybody we interacted with when we serve in different capacity. In many countries we travel to around the world. We received briefing so that we could understand how to engage. For you to come on the show as a deputy minister of commerce and you're thinking that informing an investor about situation in the country is wrong, how do you inform our investors, Liberian investors who went to China, who went to other? Did you ever brief them? Did you ever have a briefing for them as a deputy minister? Let us be frank to ourselves. This letter is saying the lady had engagements that were with officials of government, and she had a right to speak in the engagement. And to the point that Colonel Gray made, the expulsion for Canada was based on the fact that there was an investigation in a murder case, an assassination attempt that tied the ambassador to that investigation. The expulsion in the US is because the ambassador made public statement at a public forum about President Trump. This ambassador had private engagements with Liberian government officials, and she had a right to speak to European investors coming to Liberia so they can have a clear picture of where putting their money. So by expelling her from Liberia because she had private engagement with our government officials is wrong, because the country gave us $65 million every year, and she must engage with these government officials. Thank you.
Yeah, so before we move on, no, we got to move on, guys. We're running really late. I beg you, Chief. Yeah, we got to move on.
Okay,
it's very important for us to know that we got to close this show, and we got about 23 minutes left. I also want to add just 1 2 cents. I think Sarah, she's slipping, but it's not only Sarah; it's the government of Liberia. They do not know how to manage these issues. Sarah had never served as ambassador before. I even doubt whether she went to one of the foreign ministry ambassador school. She's a well-learned person, individual. She worked with the UN. It's a different playing field. But moving closer to the end of this government, I think Sarah's true color will be revealed, and it will be more damaging. Sarah started on a bad note with this tech school when she brought the fake pastor to town and they took the student money. Sarah started on a bad note when we talked about diplomatic passport. And then she worked her way around because some good people were there, they were advising her. But now she's slipping again. The people gave you the money. If you don't want them, that's fine. If you want to kick them out, stop begging. All we do in Liberia is to beg. But then when we beg the people to give us the money, then we tell them, say, don't question us about the money you gave us. We beg. We beg the EU. Please give us, please give us. Even President Bouaga begging for MCC money. You can watch the video and talking about the scorecard. He concerned they will not pass the grade to move on and get the money. He begging. But yet and still we are giving billions of dollars to B Mountain and ArcelorMittal and billions of dollars to this other concessions agreement, Putu Mountain. This is what an ambassador, a good ambassador would do. They would tell the truth to the citizen. They would say, before you get here, be careful. This is what's happening. Security-wise, don't go on that street. Pass the way. Come back to the hotel early. That's what they would do. They are receiving intelligence. But every one of you that agree that the woman must go, she go now. Go back again to the EU and go beg for money. That's why you beg the people to support your election. Why did they say no? You do it yourself. Therefore, we'll go beg for $20 million to pay Silver 7. Sarah will go beg for money. And then when the people question your begging speed, and you come by and say, leave our country because you say our president did it. The president didn't give all the reports. You know that, right? Every the reports in there. That what make the woman mad and say the president say it's not transparent. So they get mad and kick her out. But we move. We got to close this show. I really want to bring to your attention how Liberia is filthy dirty. Maybe you can use that. We'll start with Dr. Pople before we go to our sister, Dr. Richardson. Liberia is dirty. Madam Sally spoke about it. Joseph Boga replied. Anybody talk, people get vexed. Just watch the video. No, I don't know where the Bishop video came, but not the Bishop video. I beg you, I don't know this guy video. I don't know what you're doing with the guy video.
I can't even promote the Bishop.
This is concerning, and I hope that you understand. We got another video I want to show you. I don't know whether Lorena put it up, But this is, look at how the people sitting in the field that are Bople. What was going on with our country, Mama Liberia? Look at the poo-poo water that are Bople. This is Liberia. Look at the poo-poo water. And the people selling right over the poo-poo water. The green flies. Look at the onions and look at the chicken feet. The green flies moving and just sitting right there. And somebody gonna go fry the chicken wing, and while the green fly lay her egg on the chicken wing. Look at the dirty poo-poo water. And we talk about we ready to fight Ebola or COVID. God forbid. That a Boble, what's happening, man? I know we gotta go, but just talk to us. Under the Bwaka Rescue government, what a failure.
So sanitation is one of the main pillars of the President Arrest Agenda for Inclusive Development. I've shared on the show before, and when I say, some of my friends, they start texting me, and some of them get mad, but they're still my friends. The people who run the government are my friends, many of them. The approach we're using, Stanton, to me, it's not working. You have to trust people and decentralize. The senator from my county took some drums, cut them, painted it, and write all around the drum. Donated from the office of Senator so-and-so, he gave it to people in Kakata. He ain't got no space to write trash can. Dump your trash here. Why are we doing that? We downgrade the people. We act like people don't deserve better. Why are we not investing in trucks, in trash trucks, and putting our young people to work? Why don't we have incinerator and dump sites? At least 2 or 3 major ones in the counties. You create jobs, you make sanitation possible, cleanliness. Is it all the people that there they put the trash there? No. Ironically, for those who forget, trash is evidence of life. When you see trash, that means somebody living here. The sardine cup, the tomato cup, they would gotta put it somewhere. They got nowhere to put it. We did 2 days in West Point, my Impact Institute. We trained 450 people. At the end of the second day, standard when they look at me, I said, that'll be. Thank you for the thing I did. But they play there, West Point, it overcrowded. So when I clean my place, I got nowhere to put the trash. Because my front door that opens back door. So the opportunity is there, but we're not being creative. And then when we talk, the people who run the government, some of them won't get vexed. Open yourself to ideas. Sanitation is very possible, but you need plenty of trash truck. You will create jobs for the young people. You need dump site. You need incinerators, and you can clean the place. Along with education of our people. What we just saw just now is a health hazard. But my brother, is plenty around here. Douala, West Point, all of that. So government change the approach. Please, it's very doable. Change the approach and we can claim the place. But we're not doing it. We're not making investment in the people. Then you take all drum, you cut it, then you write on it from the office of the senator, so on, so on, so. That's disrespectful to the people of Magidi. Let's do better.
Let me say something to that, right? I spoke to Senator Nukwe.
Thank you. Thank you. You wrote all that on the old drum.
Senator Nukwe said, Stanton, they were having a program. And it said, Senator, can we please have trash cans? We can buy the drums and turn those drums into trash bins. And the senator said, okay, how many of you guys want? This senator, we need this amount. But you can give us $500, $600, we'll buy it. And let's be fair. The senator gave them $900 and left them alone. He didn't buy it. They asked for it. He gave them $900. He turned his back. They bought it. They printed on it, and they put it out in the community.
So, Senator, let's accept that. Let's accept that. But here's the thing. We elected Senator Nuke in order to lead. Unto whom much is given, much is required. Those who had the privilege of education, exposure, do something better. So instead of just giving them money, say, you know what? We're going to get some. Mind you, there's Upper Magiri. This is a very crowded area. Calcutta, the whole region. Say we'll get some trash trucks and we'll build a dump site over here and we'll put an incinerator over there, and we will be able to take this trash and we will be able to use some of them for other things, but we have a place to dump. So we'll be coming, trucks will be coming 2 or 3, we'll be cleaning this place. You will help us, you'll put a trash over here, you'll put a trash over here, and we'll get it. But you don't do that. They get a bit of money, you turn it back. Yeah, it probably is.
Okay, I understand you. I understand where you're coming from. Let me bring in Kanyo. Let's hear you, Kanyo, on this trash issue. I just had to explain when I spoke to Senator Nuko what he told me. I mean, but that's right. You say.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
And Kanyo, to you, is very, very truthful. I spoke to Senator Nuko. We're not making it up. So he said, go ahead.
I mean, you speak to a lot of people, CIA, so why would I have any reason to doubt that you spoke to Senator Dukwe? I hope you didn't have Machiavellian intentions, though. But that said, the issue of hygiene and sanitation is so very critical. It's so very important. I think it remains a challenge. I think, like Dr. Brapler said, probably the model we are using needs to change. I'm privy to some conversations that are happening now with the Monrovia City Corporation in particular about how they intend to reinvent the approach to the collection and disposal of dirt using recycling as the base. So I do agree that there's a challenge, but I'm also aware that processes are underway to address it. But alongside the governmental responsibility, which is huge, I must say, because the way things are structured in our country, you don't have sub-municipalities that can play a big role in these kinds of things like the ways other places. So government is huge there, and government has to do much more to keep the place clean, to keep the dirt away. So, like I said, I am privy to interventions that are underway by the Monrovia City Corporation and Mayor Shafa to address garbage disposal and to ensure that recycling becomes the order of the day. I hope they can do it sooner rather than later. That said, I think corresponding with the government approach of recycling is also a mindset change that needs to come with Liberians too about littering. The challenge could be, folks say there isn't a proper, these waste baskets, etc., to dispose of, so people throw it on the streets. But I think Liberians ourselves just need to be aware about how we dispose of, our waste. I know when folks saw that the containers that were plastered with Senator Nukwe's name, and they were laughing, saying, "Oh, it's a senator. What kind of trash bucket is this?" I mean, I have a slightly different, approach to that. For me, I think we need to get accustomed to seeing trash buckets at corners where people can dispose of waste. For a long time in Liberia, sad to say, you don't even see trash buckets, at street points, at the corners thereabout. Most of the trash is just bundled on the street in the corner, and then when the sweepers come, they put it in a little pile, and eventually it gets carried away. So initiatives like what Senator Nugwe financed, even though he didn't buy the actual drums because they actually look a bit, funny. So he didn't buy it. But the principle, I believe, is still good. So I think in our own communities, in fact, I'm thinking one of the maybe I can even start to explore that in my own community. Buy some of those drums and put it around, and let's start cultivating the habit of dropping our trash there. But I will agree with Dr. Brobler. The model needs to improve. We need to redouble our efforts, as a government, as an outsider. My advice would be a lot more needs to be put into sanitation and hygiene because it affects health. And that is the way to go so that we can improve the country. So a lot more needs to be done. Let's work together. Let's do
so quickly though, what Emmanuel Nikwe did was fine. He can just improve on that, correct?
I agree because look, Stanton, it is strange, right, to see a trash bucket at any junction in Liberia or at major points in Liberia. So it may not look as nice like the spanking new ones that we see in the West or other places, but the fact that there is something to contain dirt, and then if you can marry that with a process of collection at regular intervals, that will help, right? But right now, people just throw stuff everywhere. We're all in a designated place to throw it.
And I think that's what we need. That's what we need, those trash ban in the corners, seriously. But the second thing is that we need to have a day that people can pick up the trash and dispose it properly. So I think that's a good way to start. But guys, let me play the video quickly. This will be our last video, then you can do your closing on any which subject.
You know that? Somebody know the story? The court was about to evict them. In fact, they evicted them and they wanted them to pay the $170,000. They could not afford to pay it. Today, government money, they've taken it and bought that party head office for $3 million. The man who are living on loan today, he has built 10 million condominiums to his hometown on living on loan. His salary for 3 years will not even make $1 million. People don't love this country. I'm not saying you're not doing some area, you're doing well in some area, right? Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But all I'm saying is that Liberia and Liberians should be first. Should be first. In every good managerial agenda, Liberians should be first. And Liberia should be first. You living on loan. Where will you get 10 million from to invest in your village and build your home? Where will you get 3 million from as a party to take to build a party to buy a party headquarters? The Liberia money. The money comes from nowhere. The Liberia money. You understand what I'm saying? So I think Liberians should be first. Should be first. He talked about, somebody said, who asked that question? Why Baka not done? Okay. We talk about corruption. Baka has never tried any corrupt official or in the Ellen Johnson government that he served as vice president. Has he ever done that? No. The only people he's trying, that George Weah government. That's the only people he's trying. I'm not saying they should leave George Weah government official that made corruption, right? But I am saying let there be some level of fair play. Some people here joining government, they say, we are responsible. The 30 million that the people took, my children took, we are responsible. Other people did all kind of corruption all over the place. But everything's sealed up. I think it's not fair. I think if you want to try corrupt official, which we will do robustly, if you want to try corrupt official, it should be balanced, it should be across the board. You understand what I'm saying? Besides, as I said, he's old. Baka is old. He's not making decisions for himself. He depends on the people around him to make the decision. He's old. To give him a second term, it means that you are saying, let your vice president take over. That's all we'll be saying. So to vote Baka in the next election, you are just saying, we are voting the vice president. And that's why we are standing up. And we feel we can do it better. Okay. Any other question?
I mean, that's the end. Take it in which way. We'll go straight to you, Asido. Let's hear your closing on this, and then we'll go around the block. But this guy is a presidential candidate. I'm receiving information. They just sent it to me. I listened to it. And I think that he's a presidential hopeful. It's just fair to say, from the National Republic People's Party. I thought they were going to say China. How they going to call it? PRC, right? People something council from China. What is Chinese party name? Yeah, because the main party of the National Republic People's Party, NRPP, right?
The Communist Party of China. Communist Party of China.
Yeah, but something about RC or something. But let me hear you. I said, though, this guy saying something serious here, meaningful. But we come on this note to end the show. One of which we can say today, Finabundo now, IRS is saying that insufficient bond demands swift rearrest of Finabundo. And listen to what the man say. They got a bunch of people that you can investigate, but you went after Joe, we have people. And on the contrary, also, look at this beautiful picture. Abdullah Kamara walk free. It's not jury temporal. In the process of the trial, the mayor is on the trail with the president of FOIA, taking pictures, selfie, laughing. And the man walk free. Who can pull foot? I mean, it's a good way to close. I said, let's hear you.
You know, you just cut that off my mouth. Exactly, that's the point I was starting with. You know, today we found out that Mr. Kamara was acquitted by all jurors. Who heard about jury tampering? Nobody, right? Jury tampering does not exist. And you know what? President Barker honored Mr. Kamara as a matter of integrity. Why the trial was still going on? Yeah, come on. And you see, I think a lot of Liberians have questions. A lot of Liberians are regretting the decision they took 2023 when they voted President Boakai. A lot of Liberians have had the opportunity to have spoken with a lot of people, even CEOs, managing directors, who bankrolled President Boakai's campaign, some of the toppiest people in the country. I've had the opportunity to speak with a lot of them. They do have concerns. They do have big concerns. If you speak to them, they give a bleak picture of the country. You know, they do. I'm not talking about middle people. I'm talking about the toppiest 1% in this country that manages some of the biggest companies and stuff. A lot of even Liberians, middle level, down to the bottom, they do have concerns of why they put up a President Boakai. Mr. Cummings said the last time what has changed, and we all certain intolerant people all around the internet causing noise. They couldn't tell us what has changed, but they were just all around the place causing noise. You know, look at the picture of the diet you showed, Stanton. When President Boakai won, we saw United Party people say they were cleaning on the street. They said they were cleaning. You know, we keep saying these things. Government is a business. You can't do something one day just to flash people and either you do something. They think that months, that years, that days, that one day. You gotta have the stamina to carry that on. Before the government came to power, what is the policy they had in their mind to tackle the tide issue? Believe me, Liberia is dirtier today than it's ever been. There are some videos you will see on Facebook. They will be showing clean places. I will tell you the trick. Go to the video. Those videos can be like 1 minute, sometimes 58 seconds. Do you think Liberia is 1 minute, 58 seconds or 58 seconds drive? No. Even if the country is the most dirty country, you will find some small spot that will be clean. So they will go to the small spot and take video, then they put on Facebook. Why you keep fooling the people? You can't keep lying your way in government. And to end on the I don't barely know him who just spoke the video you played. I hope the government will not go after him. I pray the government won't talk about banning him from Liberia or maybe revoking his passport or something. I hope so. Because you don't say anything truth against this government, against President Boakai. I hope. They won't be writing a letter to his employers or wherever he comes from. I hope so. We are in a dying times. Our country is not doing okay. Forget about the few people that are getting good chunk of water, they're drinking good cold water and ice and chewing it. So they will come and talk, oh yeah, good, it's sweet. No. I think President Barker needs to wake up. President Barker really needs to wake up. Really needs to wake up. I don't have much to add on this, Stanton, but I can only say everything we talked about, everything is all real. What the man just talked about in the video, everything is all right. Look at the diet you just shown over there. That is not AI. I hope our friends from the United Party wouldn't say that's AI. No, that's not AI. And also to end people, some of us that are privileged at least to have a little idea of what Stanton and few other folks go through to get information, to get document. The kind of a scrutiny they can put on information and document before they bring it on the show. Even some of us can get document and send it to Stanton. He won't even accept it until he will do every due diligence to ensure it is authentic, it is fair, it is credible before he ever brings it on the show. So I think when we come on the show, let's not create any semblance of doubt of documents brought up here. I don't think it will be fair to the show and to be fair to us. If people want to do that, you don't have to come on the show. Or if you think you got authentic document, go and bring it. Some of us know what's going to go through. We know we have a little, the privilege to be around and know exactly things that happen. And sometimes it can be days, weeks to get one document. It's not easy. You know how people protecting their things. So I think we need to give that up and give the kudos and not start, creating any form of doubt. Even 1% of it, I don't think it's bad. You did it before, it could happen, it couldn't happen. Yeah, but too many things done before documents come up here. But people can keep fooling President Barker and keep giving him sugar. They can keep telling him, President Barker, don't worry, you're doing good. By the previous government, you're doing very excellent. President Barker, enjoy them, okay, Papa? Clap for them, give them sugar and dance with them. Huh? Thank you.
I think it's only fair to say I said don't have clothes for everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess at the end of the day, we can leave in peace, right? I said don't do the closing for everybody, right? Emmanuel, you want to say something?
No, man, that's unfair, man. That's unfair. Give us at least a minute to close. I didn't even chime in on the trash thing.
I like standing
Great Gavin to say something. Everybody close.
To speak. Let me speak right now.
But no, it's not your time to speak on a gray. It's not your time to speak on a gray.
But I don't want you to do me like he did 2 days ago. We can't close. Just
Yeah, he did this yesterday as well. Nobody.
Whenever you call George, you selective people. Why you have That's part of the intolerance we're talking about here. Why you want to hear? Other opinion that suits you here, but those that will come to you. If you President Barker should go get this here. Just like it happened in the last government. My brother, listen to me, what a night.
What a great thought. You're looking too shiny to know what's going on.
I think he came to America 2 weeks ago.
Oh, he thank you for vacation? You're looking too shiny.
Pinge came to America. She's in Brooklyn Park in Minnesota. So, I want to make West to hear the thing you still talking about. It's going to great talk.
My wife knows where I can be right now. And that's why I love to be on Spoon, because they know exactly where you're at.
Yeah, right. Don't be like Timothy Joshua. Timothy Joshua have one clock behind him. Everywhere he go, he carry that clock to show that you're home. The man can put a clock in his trunk. That boy will go all over to my office. You will say, wait. I gotta put the clock. Then he will find the white side of the wall and put a clock on it. Then he turn around and say, oh, Timothy Moore, look at the clock behind him. That boy will never be. That boy he's a damn crook. He tried with the clock to lie to everybody. But guys, let's close the show. Conor Gray, you have the last one. We gotta go.
Well,
Conor Gray, go last. Conor Gray, go last. I say you have the last word. We gotta go.
All right, brother.
Conor Gray, speak.
My man waiting for you, Todd. We gotta go.
Oh, okay, you said go last. I say you go last. Okay, well, the thing is, Stanton, one thing I know, I want someone to show me where the level of intolerance intolerance in this government has led to the death of people, unlike the predecessor government. The thing about it is, look, no matter where you find yourself, people will not appreciate your effort. Maybe those who ran government in the past did not know the weight of sovereignty. Now nobody can just come from everywhere because somebody say and then start denigrating your own president in the presence of the diplomatic circle. Expel that person. Look, it's a tool that is very, very, very much useful to any nation, and people will not like that. If you think that's intolerance, at least nobody is losing their life because they want to, because of disagreement. That's a tool available to the president and also the Republic of Liberia. No diplomat will come in the face of adversity and just address us as she wishes to, or he wishes to address us. That tool would be used, and that would send a caveat. She can go wherever she can go to the United Nations as representative, as head of the United Nations. The thing about it is, when you're a diplomat and that record follows you that you're being declared persona non grata, it's like you're damaged goods. That's all I know. The thing about it is, let her continue. She can go to the AU and go represent Liberia will be there in presence. Liberia is a founding member of the AU. And no diplomat will come from somewhere and go there to say they'll blemish the presence of Liberia. Liberia is a cardinal position in our AU. So, Stanton, that's one thing I would say. Another thing I would say is the fact about the matter is Liberia is dirty, especially Montserrat, Monrovia in general. And we've talked about this filthiness over and over and over and over. And sometimes we see window dressing action from the city mayor of Monrovia. I'm not even talking about the city mayor of Pinsville yet. But clearly they should find a solution to this calamity we're facing. A dirty city brings out the backwardness of the cleanliness is next to godly. Filthiness is next to the devil. So I would say that, because the opposite of one is the other. But I will hope that people will find a way to try to address this trash issue. If we cannot address this issue, then let's outsource this. Let's bring people. Let's just bring investors. What happened to the Ghanaian group that was trying to come in? If that is what it takes, then that's it. Liberian individuals also who have the expertise to move trash from our cities have gone into the bid to try to see if they can address this issue. But we have to be able to secure the cleanliness of Liberia, man, especially Monrovia, where people come to do business. This is not healthy for us. That's all I can say. If the city mayor is one person, but stop the window dressing, admit that you can make it, and move on. Let somebody else come in and do the job. For some of us, when we talk, people say one job. Look, I live in America. I got a lot of degree. I got zero criminal history. I want job. I'll get plenty of job. But I'll create job right now. That's my opinion. That's my work. I'm not desperately looking for job because nobody's going to buy my opinion. Hell no. Stanton.
Gentlemen, can we leave? First of all, Lorena, can you come on? We want Lorena to leave, and if you want to stay, I will be here to talk. Lorena, can you come on? I think you should be leaving now. Sister Lorena.
You can give me 1 second.
Yeah, everybody will have the 1 second. Lorena, thank you for producing today. We do appreciate you. Please be safe and keep us on Facebook, please, if you don't mind.
All right, sir. Good night.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, Bangura.
Thank you. It was a great show. But I wanted to close by mentioning once again that for those who understand international relations and diplomacy, will tell you that diplomats speak through proper channels. And when your conversation is leaked, that's the end of you. When you're communicating to your sending country, you speak through appropriate diplomatic channels to your host country, to your sending country, your home country. You speak about your mission. That's how you report. You do not report to government officials. You don't call them together. You speak disparagingly of their own country. You go abroad, you speak disparagingly about the country that you're leading the mission in to investors, discouraging them, turning them away. I'm making these clarifications so that the public there will understand that when diplomats speak, they speak through channels, appropriate, acceptable, laid down channels, and these channels are laid down. They are there. So you don't say, oh, they call the people in private and spoke to them in private. There's nothing such as private in diplomacy. There's nothing like that. It does not exist. When you make a report, you make a report through the appropriate channels to your people. You know, when Dara Cable got leaked in the United States, that's how Trump read it. They recalled him immediately. It's not leaky. It's protected. Just wanted to make that clarification. Let's talk about the filth in the city. Nobody can doubt that there are in filth here. I wanted my friend Isaac to be here because he made a very beautiful logic. So I want to use the other side of that logic. He says that when we say that there are clean places in Monrovia, people want to go there and stand there and take those pictures and send it around and say, yeah, this Monrovia is clean. But conversely, he also needs to say that the opposition will go to where there are dirt and filth and take a picture of that place, just that place, and post it on Facebook to prove a point that Monrovia is dirty, Liberia is dirty. This is the parity of logic that you must be able to bring to this discourse. Anything other than that is fundamentally flawed. So we have been challenging the city government, and we have heard on good authority that there are more innovative and creative ways being devised now to address this menace. We're not going to compare ourselves with other filthy African countries and say, oh, Ghana too is filthy, other places are filthy. We're not going to do that. But even if you consider that, those places are even filthier than Liberia, they're filthier than Monrovia, if you even want to consider that. Filth is everywhere, but we're not going to compare ourselves with those people. We'll pay attention to our own problem and deal with our filth. I want to end on this note. There may be some recommendation we can give, and I know Stanton will agree with this. Those of you who live in Western societies, when you're paying for your mortgage or paying for your, I think, some taxes, you also pay for garbage. So maybe we could say people who will go to LRA to pay the taxes on their properties, maybe they should add garbage fee, just a small fee to that. That way, that money goes directly into one account. We're going to call that an escrow account. That money goes into the account. And then the garbage collectors now will now use the addresses of these people to collect the garbage from those communities. Because truly, these garbages come from the communities as well. They do not only come from the marketplaces. We have a very poor habit of treating garbage. So while that education is going on, while we are educating the public about how to treat garbage, how to collect garbage, and how to live in a clean environment, we must also provide means for them to deposit their garbage, and then government can collect it. So I think you want to think about a PPP to consider that. That's a fine idea. But I know that the mayor is working a lot of creative approaches, and let's see what happens. But certainly, Monrovia and Liberia is not dirty today than it used to be. I think it's much better today than it used to be, but it's going to get even better than what it is now. Thank you so much for the show. I enjoyed it, and good night to everybody.
Good night, Bangura. Who's next?
Yeah, I'll go. Machiavelli can wait. Maybe you go last tonight. It's been a good show. Let me just share some quick fun fact. So last month, I got admitted in a hospital with malaria. I was in the hospital for a little over 4 days. And the carrier of malaria is mosquitoes. And I had just returned from Liberia, where I have my house against my fence. My neighbors use that space. There's an empty lot. they use that space to throw garbage, which contributes to mosquitoes. We have advocated for decades now, close to 2 decades. As Conor Gray said, cleanliness is next to godliness. We don't have the infrastructure. This is why the current city mayor is struggling. And whoever you put there now, you remove CFI, that individual is going to struggle. We don't have adequate funding for that agency. The technology exists, Emmanuel. The technology exists. Other states, other countries have invested, and there's a World Bank program for this. Between $3 to $5 million, or between $3 to $7 million, you can build a recycling plant. I mean, there are companies that do this, and you can do the PPP wherein they will come, they will build. So this will be the design, build, and transfer. Design, build, operate, and transfer. Why don't we invest? So most of the time when I see the challenges that we are going through as a country, I always say, it is not where you fall that you cry, it's where you stomp your foot. We have a whole need for a systemic change in terms of how we budget, where we are allocating funding for the most critical aspects of our economy. One man's garbage is another man's gold. You could create hundreds of jobs through that as well. And I don't know what we are waiting for, Stanton. And then the new candidate, I'm just going to comment briefly on that. The new candidate that has come up on the presidential, declaring his interest to run for president. I laughed when I saw that statement. It's like the videos we watch where the lions and the hyenas will come and say, if you elect me as president, I will become a vegetarian. I will not eat meat anymore. So it's just one of those politicians I figure, I see in there. But look, we have had many politicians come on the show and make the big promises, but when elected, they fall short. And it's the same old story. I hope that in 2029, if JMB is not going for a second term and JKK is, hopefully he's stepping up, it will be a different ball game. But Liberian will be looking for different qualities, and character matters in how we elect our leaders. Look, I will step here for now. I look forward to another day contributing. Liberia is always on my mind. Thank you, Stedman, for having us.
Something just read on my mind. Liberia is always on your mind. It's a good thing. You say it's like Emmanuel Thomas said, it's like they show that the guy said the animal that come together. The guy said, "Well, we can eat that." But and you laughing at the gentleman, right? President Berger said, "I can ride wheelbarrow to work. I don't care." The next day, President Berger had 1.4 million waterproof car. You remember that? So when you laugh at this Kennedy, we got to look in our backyard and see the promises that the president made. That I can live on Pepper Color, and I can live in my house I've been in for over 50 years. But now he's building that house, he have extended it into a mansion. So let's be fair with the discussion. These are all politicians that make promises, that make promises and can never keep them. They make promises, they never keep them. They come with scam and lies just for their own personal benefit. But let me bring in Jacob, and then Emmanuel will take us home.
But you call my name.
Nah, but you don't speak it. I was just reminding you on something. Jacob?
Yes. No, that's true. We get these promises, and people, Liberian presidents always lie to the Liberian people. They never really meet these promises. That includes the current president, past president, Mr. Weah, everybody. It's been a factory of lies for many years, and it's sad. But I think on the corruption question that was raised about Mr. Kamara acquitted, and we hear nothing about jury tampering, but Samuel Tuohy is acquitted, and there's a big noise about jury tampering, And then they got raised a powerful point also. We've seen no investigation of ailing government officials. Some of us serving as in government. We've seen no trial, we've seen no indictment of people who serve under our government. There were a lot of accusation of corruption by the Ministry of Finance all over the place. We've seen the current government done nothing to investigate those issues. So it's obvious to Liberian people that the Unity Party war on corruption is a massive failure, to be honest. It's clear many people now are convinced that this is heavily targeted towards the previous government. So that war has lost all modicum of credibility. It's a worthless exercise for me in the eyes of the Liberian people. It has not a grain of credibility anymore, talking about the war on corruption. But again, maybe since we're closing, I'll also talk about the city, the dirt in the city. Stanton, it's true. In fact, that's just small part of the picture you see there. If you go on the Somalia Drive, I was driving on Somalia Drive yesterday, the Japan Freeway, in the middle of the road, now where it's kind of like a drainage or should be electric, something going there to put the street light on in the middle of the street. It's a major garbage center. Now you see in the middle of the road, you go there, everywhere is filled with trash. All across the Somalia Drive, the Japan Freeway from Red Light all the way to Partnersville, close to Freeport. So the city is not only the Monrovia part, but even the Somalia Drive, the Galamsey is also very, very dirty. So, and I think the president has a government 2.5 years now. Is he going to reshuffle the government? Is he going to change people or not? Is it going to be the same thing like Mr. Weah's government, where the same people who started the march ended again after, say, even though some people were tired? The same thing happening now. I think the city mayor should be fired and replaced by somebody a little bit more creative. And of course, we should also be able to commit public resources, budget resources towards support for cleaning the city also. But I think the city mayor he doesn't have it, to be able to drive the kind of change what we need in the city. I think he should be sacked and replaced with somebody more creative. And not only him, I think across the government, we talk about foreign ministry now. I think Sarah Beslojan, I think she's tired now. I think she needs to be replaced. She's making a lot of error. So the government needs to be reshuffled, bring new people on with new energy. You can be having many cabinet meetings. We tire our cabinet meetings and we lost count of it. Where is the results? We're not getting results. The water situation in the country. Every single day, Mo Ali posting bus pipe. We've even lost count of it. I don't know how many bus pipe for the last 2.5 years, over 20, 50, I don't know. So even the water infrastructure is in terrible state. We don't have water, nothing. So it's tough here. The city is dirty, no water. And we're having all the diplomatic, accidents happening, the anti-corruption fight. People have, a lot of people lost credibility, lost trust in our whole process. So, that will be my closing comment among all the issues I discussed. But I think it was a good show.
All right. So before Emmanuel George come in, I'd like to say the reason why we didn't discuss the drugs issue, we promised to discuss it. Emmanuel, new development, a lot of stuff happening about people in the executive mansion around the president. Okay, we have gotten everything we needed. We have a full conversation on it tomorrow. But this is huge. That a lot of people from the executive mansion, they are involved in the drugs issue. Advisors to the president involved with the drugs issue. What will President Barker do? I needed to cross all my T's and dots all my I's, get more information, pictures, documents. And I hope we have the time to discuss it tomorrow. But this is an embarrassment on this government that the president, advisor to the president, some members of the House of Representatives connected to the drugs issue. As we speak right now, they are in a meeting. And so, Emmanuel, when we say this thing, people tremble and they are concerned. And then the one that arrested security guard and are just trying to say, no, we're going to blow alarm. It's an embarrassment to Joseph Yima Barker. What will he do? So we'll talk about it tomorrow. That you guys don't have come to destroy for the greed of money. But you take it away. Take us home, Emmanuel. We'll have our say tomorrow.
Yes, Stanton, it's concerning, and the president really need to have a deep thought about cleaning people that is around him. Many of them are very questionable from conversation I even had today. Look, every one of us who carries Liberian passport, we have no other nation than Liberia. I think there's only one time in my life I carry a passport outside of Liberian passport. It was when Liberia was a failed state and I had to carry a United Nations passport to travel. Look, in 2014, Stanton, during her State of the Nation address, and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, reprimanded the Liberian international organizations. At that time, I was the chairperson. The BBC called me while I was on my way to Zwedru. I had an interview. But when we returned to meetings, to prove the president wrong, we had the first international trade fair where President Boyka was our guest. And in 2015, when President Sirleaf gave her State of the Nation address, she had a lot of commendation of the work that international NGOs were doing in Liberia. We do not become intolerant to criticism of our work. We put on our big boys or big girls pants, face it head on. And that's the reason I'm appalled with this letter that was written for the recall of the European Union ambassador. Her country gives us $45 to $65 million every year, and it's a right to ask questions. And it's a right to also give billing to investor from the European Union that want to invest in Liberia. I think the foreign ministry they should have called her to a conference, but they should have also been very tolerant when you are criticized. If you cannot criticize someone behind closed door, where will you criticize them next? I have refused job in my life because the boss did not want to be criticized behind closed door, and I don't criticize my bosses in public. So if I cannot talk when the door is closed, there's no reason why I should work for you. Finally, the issue of Yeke. Many Liberians are appalled that Yeke is in Guinea. But remember, why was Yeke expelled? He was expelled because he spoke to this issue of the border. And our government have been silent. I don't have time to read the timeline because we are closing. But if you look at the timeline of this incident, last statement of June 2nd, our government has not yet disclosed to us what actually is the problem at the border and what's the issue of that land. They have not. And if Yeke is going into Guinea to find answers to questions, I think we should commend him. And I think we should wait for him to report when he gets back to Liberia what his finding is and investigate the finding, not to agree with him, but to investigate the findings that he brought up and to do our research as a nation to see how we can solve this problem. When Dennis Rodman was going to North Korea in the 80s, he was beaten, he was disrespected. People say a lot of things in international media about him. But nowadays, we have now seen that he was given the privilege to go in there in order to open informal communications between the United States of America and North Korea. And I think this is an opportunity for us as Liberians to actually know what is going on. Finally, the dirt in Monrovia. I would like to take a different stance on this. There are 81 universities in Liberia. I think the government of Liberia should have a talent competition so that this institution of research can help us to find the solutions to the dirt problem in our country. That's why we build universities as a center of research to solve national problems. Now that we have a national strategy on our hand, what is the University of Liberia doing about this? What is Cottington University College doing about this? What is the Adventist University of West Africa about this? What is the AMEU University, AMEZU University? What are your research scientists doing about this problem? I think government should allow the universities to find a solution to this problem, and they must find a solution to the problem we have. But we should not forget, the Monrovia was built for 500,000 people. We have now placed 1.5 million people and growing in our capital city, and we have no plan as to what to do with the growing population of a city that was built for only 500,000. I appreciate the fact that you allow me to be part of the conversation tonight and be in your homes. I appreciate that you listening to me. I appreciate your feedback on the comment section. And I do wish you all a wonderful weekend. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow. But when we meet again, I will be on the show and I will be part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. My brother, I want to say thank you always, you and Colonel Gray. and the rest of the team for making Spoon what it is today. It's always good having this conversation on Spoon Talk for the people to just follow and enjoy our own views. As always, we come here with just one thing on our mind, is to always speak truth to power and tell the government where we are and how we intend, to talk to Liberians. I want to play this Conor Gray quickly before you leave. This guy, just because of him, I'm just reading this Machiavelli thing, Conor Gray, and I'm getting to love it, right? I don't know what you are talking about.
That book, man. You should read that book. You should obtain that the prints. Get a copy of it.
No, I do. I'm buying the book, but in the meantime, I just go
every time.
Listen.
The fake ally.
Listen to this.
Never forgive these 7 people. Machiavelli said something most people are too afraid to admit. Some people should never be forgiven. Here are the 7. 1. The betrayer. Someone who stabbed you in the back once will do it again, every time. 2. The fake ally. They were on your side until it cost them something. 3. The public humiliator. They embarrassed you in front of others. That was a power move, not a mistake. 4. The envier. They don't want to win. They just want you to lose. Nothing fixes envy. 5. The repeat liar. Once is a mistake. Twice is a choice. 3 times, that's their character. 6. The weak friend. They vanished when things got hard. A friend who runs is not a friend at all. 7. The ungrateful. You helped them rise. They forgot you the moment they got there. Machiavelli wasn't telling you to hate these people. He was telling you to see them clearly, cut them off, protect your peace, and never look back. If this hit different, follow for more Machiavelli.
And that's what I say, follow for boy, I just follow for bull. To be frank, you see, people come and say, when you say this thing, people follow. I love it. Seriously. Emmanuel George, you make me to read more about this guy. You make me to follow his different cuts and what he put out there. It's a good thing. It's an eye-opener for me. I never followed him, never read of him in depth, but yeah, we are. I'm listening to him every evening. So thank you. Thank you.
Those principles, for me, I disagree with Machiavelli's principle vehemently on many respects.
Why?
So my own person I can read, I'll send them to you too, so you can listen to them also.
Yeah, no problem. I want to read about them, but why you disagree with Machiavelli principle? Why?
Yeah, no, I think like for me, I'm not to sound religious, but I love the Jesus principles, basically unforgiveness.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think like, yeah, for me that's more like, because for example, right, these principles about it almost look like you still got something like brush in your heart and you're not free yet.
But he's not saying don't follow the Jesus principle though. He's not saying it. He's just saying he's just saying just in human form, just be careful.
No, that's not what his principles say. That's some advice there. But his principles are rooted in saying that the end justifies the means. So you have to be ruthless to achieve whatever it takes to get there. You will get there. If you have to lie, you will get there. If you have to cheat, you will get there. If you have to crush people to get to the presidency, if you have to dance with the devil, you will do it.
No, that's what he was saying.
I don't believe in it. I believe in Mandelaism, where he preaches reconciliation, that no matter how people disagree with you, bring them around the table, find common ground for development. But if you say you're going to crush people,
yeah, but
Tama, I have a question for you.
But Tama, go ahead.
On that point, be careful too, because it doesn't mean that while we can be forgiving, it doesn't mean that we should be flow mad, we should be do mad.
Right.
Yeah.
But listen, this is not religion, Jacob.
This is politics.
Jacob, this is not, Machiavelli wasn't talking about religion yet.
No.
We know Jesus Christ said, forgive 70 times 7, 490 something times. forgive. We agree, right? But let's just understand the principle. If you forgive, and the woman tell you, said, then don't forget. So you gotta forgive now, but you gotta keep a little distant and remember that, you know.
What's presented the principle as Stanton is saying, and all of those 7 principles Machiavelli outlined, we can see some level of truthfulness in them. I think you just want to put you on a cautionary pathway. You can also believe in the principle of forgiveness, yet believe in some of this principle that you just want to be on the lookout. Be aware of, you know, these kinds of people, because this is exactly what their intentions are. I think to draw a reminder on some of this, our social interaction, I think it makes you into an all-round person. That's you know, you don't have to believe all of his principle, Machiavelli, but there's certain inherent truth in what he's saying. Your good friends will not abandon you when the stuff hit the wall. They will stand with you. I mean, even Jesus Christ was saying it with somebody who denied me 3 times before Stanton is the godly, is the reverend person there. But the thing about it is that be aware of some of these kinds of people because you encounter them. Just be on the lookout. Is there a bad advice to give anyone? I think it's a good advice. I want to even hear more, especially in audio form. It sinks in the mind because you want to know exactly who your friends are, who your true friends are. I'll leave that with Emmanuel George. That's his gentleman, Machiavelli.
Yeah, I mean, there are people pointing out to 81 University in Liberia. Please go to the National Commission on Higher Education website. There are 33 private universities and 35 faith-based universities in Liberia. It's on their website. You can go there and read and know order there, please. But the underlying thing Tama of Machiavelli approach, the reason why he wrote The Prince was to debunk politics before the medieval ages. Before the medieval ages, everybody believed that politics was a moral thing, that everybody was friendly, everybody was good. So The Prince is only addressing the fact that in the arena of politics, everybody is in there for interest. So it's not an ethic place. It's not a moral place. Don't think because you go to church, everybody in politics go to church. Some people go. Some people don't believe in anything. Some people will only go to church. I mean, during President, you can see just follow during President Doe time, everybody was Baptist. How they call it? People they go to Baptist church once in a while. If you follow all the presidents, during Doe went to Providence had a lot of government officials. During Taylor time, he went to the church in Concord time. Other people are going to that church, you know. Then President William Bill for a cloth church, people are going to that church. But go to the church and see if they stay attending it. So that one big
Emmanuel, you know, we can talk more on this, but let me tell you, the era in which Machiavelli lived, the 16th century, right? That was during the period of Renaissance, when Italy was going through political instability. And this guy came up as a moral voice for modern politics. And he said the ends justify the means. Look, I understand what Conor Gray is saying, right? Because now the modern spin is that you take some of the advices, it apply to everyday things. Man, who want to snitch or a friend who is not there for you when times get hard? Nobody wants that kind of friend around. Those are grave seekers, as we call them in Liberian politics, right? Or in Liberian parlance. But the era of instability, to say the end justified, it means whatever it takes for you to get political power. And for me, that's why I disagree with. Well, no, look, I read about Machiavelli, but I follow Mandela because Mandela teaches us that, look, no matter how much pain your opponent have inflicted on you, when the tables change, always believe in reconciliation, but also what? Integrity and accountability. Bring them around the table. When people are guilty of a crime, the law should deal with them. This is why I believe in the rule of law. But it doesn't mean that because he was an opponent yesterday and you are in power today, so you crush them, you put them under your knee, you know, or you reduce them to beggars.
My man, thank you very much, Tom. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Conor Gray. Emmanuel will say thank you. It's always good having you guys. Come back tomorrow. Let's have fun. Good night from my end. You have a blessed evening.
All right, Jacob, have a good night. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night. So to all of you out there, I want to say thank you for joining Spoon again. It's been a wonderful show. Because of you, we are here. We want to say we do appreciate you. We acknowledge the fact that you follow us, and we are grateful. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be on the drug story. Yes, indeed. Folks within the government, it is alleged that a part of this whole drugs cartel. We're going to discuss it. We're going to discuss it tomorrow. So have a blessed evening. Make sure you are safe and all is well. God bless you. Be at peace. And we'll see you tomorrow by God's grace. Good night.